A twisted little game. Jorge never saw it coming, but she knew just the same. In the darkness of the night, with a smile so sly, she whispered, "Let's play a game," and he didn't ask why. She zipped him up tight in the suitcase of love. No air, no light, just the stars above. He thought it was a joke, just a lover's embrace. Sarah, he cried in that tight, dark space. Jorge was laughing, but his breath was thin. The walls were closing in as the fear kicked in. He called out a name, but it echoed in vain, while Sarah watched coldly, not a hint of pain. She zipped him up tight in the suitcase of love. No air, no light, just the stars above. He thought it was a joke, just a lover's embrace. Sarah, he cried in that tight, dark space. Love's a game of risk, a dangerous thing. In the suitcase of love, it's a deadly flame. Sarah's smile fades as the silence grows. In the suitcase of love, nobody knows. Morning came with silence, no breath to be found. Sarah unzipped the case, Jorge's last sound. She stared at the scene. What had she done? In the suitcase of love, there's no place to run. She zipped him up tight in the suitcase of love. No air, no light, just the stars above. He thought it was a joke, just a lover's embrace. Sarah, he cried in that tight, dark space. Love's a game of risk, a dangerous thing. In the suitcase of love, it's a deadly flame. Sarah's smile fades as the silence grows. In the suitcase of love, nobody knows. Love's a game of risk, a dangerous thing. In the suitcase of love, it's a deadly fling. Sarah's smile fades as the silence grows. In the suitcase of love, nobody knows.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, however good it feels, however many days you're going to do it again and again and again, why you're even doing it in the first place, I don't really care. You know why? Because I'm just glad. I'm just glad you are right here, right now, here with us, all together in a little group. Welcome. Welcome to Legal Vices. This is the channel where law meets life. We dissect the cases that are gripping the world, from high-profile cases that dominate headlines down to hidden little gems that you've never heard of in our retro trials. I'm here to break them down in ways that engage, enlighten, and occasionally, a bit irreverently, but hopefully entertaining way, teach you maybe something. Well, I mean, whether it's these headline-making courtroom dramas like Sarah Boone or shocking criminal trials, the legal battles that shape our everyday lives, and anything else that just comes our way, we break down the facts, the legal twists, and the shocking developments, justice, crime, controversy. We're ready to deep dive into it. It's going to be a wild ride here with the Sarah Boone trial, so buckle up, hit that subscribe button, and hit that like button, because we're your front row seat to the most gripping trial available on the internet right now. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Oh, I am going to tell you it's the curse of Sarah Boone. Hang on. Why is my buckle so weirdly up front? There we go. It's the curse of Sarah Boone, people. We are having one hell of a wind, rain, and lightning storm going on outside here. So we can't open the window because it just makes this house a wind tunnel. So it's just sweltering in the humid heat here. They had the air conditioner on. But if we suddenly disappear, stand by. Hopefully it'll be a short outage and I'll be able to return immediately. But it could go completely off the rails. So we'll see. But it's quite the light show going on outside my house. All right. We are here. As you know, we are all here for day one of the Sarah Boone trial. It is finally happening. Today is the day where the rubber meets the road. I'm so glad you wore the Sarah Boone interview shirt. I told you I'm going to wear it opening day and the day he testifies. It's, solidarity for my law enforcement brother there who had to sit through an interrogation of Sarah Boone and he lived. Oh, damn. Wow. You hear that? Holy crap. That hit the hill about 50 meters from my house. Woo! Well, if we unlock the emotional support potato pig dog cam, you might still be able to catch some of the flashes. Holy crap, that caught my attention. This could be a fun day. And because it's Friday, normally what we would do with these trials is we would stream up till lunch, and then I would go to sleep and we'd come back on day two. We'd do the afternoon of day one and the morning of day two at an increased speed and then continue that way. But it is Friday today, so I don't have to go to work. So I am locked and loaded and prepared to pull an all-nighter and go with this the entire day today, or the entire night here, provided the weather allows us to do so. We are waiting for the court. I guess I better put up the "We are waiting for court to start" banner. Now they have this Richardson motion to take care of the it's the evidence that the discovery rules violation motion. They have the judge. I'm going to be distracted, but let me push pause here and close the curtains a little bit. Otherwise, I'm going to be continuously distracted by that. Just a second. I'm still here, just moseying on over to close the curtains about halfway. All right. Oh, sorry, dog. I didn't mean to step on your strawberry. Okay, I'm back. There. Now I'm not so distracted by it. Okay, let me put up the banner here. We are waiting for court to start. Boom. We are going to scroll that because it makes it smaller. There we go. Oh. Yeah, this isn't going to be distracting at all, is it? Holy crap. This is, we have 462 people here watching me just be distracted as hell. Oh God, by this lightning. Wow. This has been going on for like an hour. So yeah, we're having fun here. Just ignore the explosions I'm going to try to ignore the explosions going on outside my house here, but tease T right out of the gate. I didn't even, okay, wait. All right, everybody settle down. We have to do something first. Let's get rid of that super chat. We can't do that yet because we haven't even, Jesus. This is going to be fun. Wow. All right. I got to collect myself. Okay. Wow. Look, everybody, because of your generosity and amazingness, we have continually continually for 37 consecutive days. Unlock the emotional support potato pig dog cam for 37 days. If only we can get to $100, then it'll make it day 38. We can unleash these emotional support potato pig dogs. Oh, wait, what do you think? What do you know? Look right there. Look what's happened. Tease T has already done $100. Holy shit snacks. All right.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh, that was the wrong button. Holy crap. That's the one I wanted. I am off my game. This lightning's kind of distracting. Tease T says, let's get the emotional support potato pig dog cam. Jeff Larex, take cover. We are here. So you can watch it here on the emotional support potato pig dog cam, because this is the time of day that we have reached for day 38 in a row. We only got half of that. There we go. And we'll position this in a way so you can have a decent look out the window there, so you can see the flashes as they come. You should be able to see some of the light. Well, then you can't see the dog, can you? Oh, there you go. I will zoom out the camera a little bit for you guys so that you can be even more distracted from what I'm actually doing. Let's see. There you go. Right. Okay, I think we're good now. Paralegal Liz says, today is the day member for 13 months. Thank you so very much for being a supporter for 13 months. And Raygun Moo, Raygun Moo with the $10 from Australia. This is from Australia, and it's green. It might be the real ray gun. Weather cam tonight until your house blows down. Well, this house is weathered much worse. It's just loud. It's just really loud. Cherry Reed. Gotcha, damn, why do I keep doing that? There we go. Cherry Reed dropping the 50. I want to see the storm. Well, there you go. You should be able to see some of the lightning flashes out there. I should give you a view. Of course, now it's, oh, there you go. I should give you a little view of when these things occasionally come in. And Fletcher Boy says, Sarah Snack Fund. Hey, when this trial gets going, we're going to break out the snacks, because unlike Sarah Boone, we can have snacks. We'll have the official Sarah Boone snack package to go with the official Sarah Boone cocktail. And we should have some guests joining us throughout the night, maybe, depending on what their schedule is like. I've asked a couple of people to join if they're free, and they said yes. Didn't hear from another couple of people because it's the middle of their night, but we might have some guests to join us. And thank you very much, by the way, Fletcher Boy. And this is Flaming Dragon Storm Cam. Deep Hurting. And Lowlands Angie with the €6. But are the dogs still sleeping through the storm? These dogs sleep through anything. Like the largest fireworks display in Korea is literally outside my window. The bridge that runs across the bay outside my window, it's right there, and it goes on for like an hour nonstop. Actually, I think it's either next weekend or the following weekend. But yeah, they sleep right through it. All the other dogs in the neighborhood are going bananas, but they just so yeah, no, they sleep through anything. And the last super chat before we get on to what we're doing today here, Island with the $2. Waking up already, doggos? Best chat. Yes, doggos happened instantly. I didn't even get I guess I can take down the day 37 sign. I had to actually put up the day 37 sign after it should have been gone, just because it happened that quickly. So let's get rid of that. Thank you, everybody, for getting us to day 38. Today is day 38, consecutive 38 days of the emotional support potato pig dog cam, and it's all because of you guys. All right, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the lightning, day 1 of the Sarah Boone trial. A trial 4 years in the making, 4.5 years in the making, fairly close to 5 years in the making. They've got the final motion coming up here in just a few minutes. And then after the final motion is done, the judge makes his ruling on the submission of evidence. We're going to get down to business. Opening statements will happen, and I will be here throughout the day. Whilst I was trying to put things together in the heat of battle with the storm, I made myself a martini to drink, but haven't even had time to enjoy that. So we'll pregame with the martini. and then we'll switch over to the Sarah Boone cocktail, the Boone Tang suitcase when that time comes. All right, we've currently got 600 people waiting for court to start. Right, so everybody, I need you to do me a favor. If you want to play along at home, we have a bingo card. We have a bingo card. If you go up, it's here in Rumble, it's here in YouTube, and it's in the Rumble. It's pinned right at the top. It's the link for the bingo card. Nothing to install. Just click on that link, and then it'll bring up a generate card button, and click on generate card, and you have your bingo card. And we will be playing Sarah Boone bingo throughout the night. Oh, my Lord, that was a good one. Let's thunder incoming. Oh, the storm seems to be moving away. Huh. It took a little longer to get here. I think the storm may be moving away. As I was saying, we've got okay. Fletcher Boy asks a very important question. Fletcher Boy asks a very important question. Vodka or gin martini, Jeff? Gin martini, of course. The real way. It's curse James Bond for like literally. I mean, Ian Fleming apparently did it as a joke, and it's sort of become a thing. You never put vodka in a martini, and you never shake it. Never shake a martini. If your bartender shakes a martini, stone him. Don't really do that because that would be bad, and you'd find yourself in Sarah Boone's place. But yes, it is a gin martini, the way God intended them to be. So let's click on the link, and I'll walk you through the bingo card. And why do we do bingo? It seems a bit irreverent, which, okay, kind of is. I'll confess to that. It's a little irreverent, but at the same time, it helps us focus on the trial, actually, because you've got 24 different things on that card. 25 if you count the free space. 24 things you have to be listening for and paying attention to. So it helps you actually focus a little bit more on what's going on in trial. You have to pay a little bit more attention to what's being said. And there's also other ambient things like dog snores and stuff like that. So if you want to play along at home, click on the link there, and I will bring it up, and we'll walk through the bingo card here real quick. Where's the bingo card? There we are. Here's the bingo card. Let's embiggen it. Can we embiggen it? Oh, we can't embiggen it. Yeah. All right. Well, here's the bingo card. First, you can mark off the free space. And if you get bingo, just let us know in chat. Double bingos, and just keep going. See if you can get the whole blackout. So judge calls for sidebar. If the judge calls for a sidebar, there we go. If the lawyers use their crutch phrase, the popular lawyer crutch phrase, what if anything, or who if anything, or where if anything, any variation on the blank if anything. Cross-examination. Cross-examination is this medical phenomenon where witnesses answer things incredibly well and incredibly precisely on direct examination. But then when it's time for them to be subjected to cross-examination, they suddenly get cross-examination and they can't remember a simple thing. Dog cam, which we have already got. So there you go. Mark off dog cam. F-bombs, either from me or from someone in court, or a video being played in court. All F-bombs are acceptable. The judge shows emotion. This judge has been very calm, very cool, very poker face throughout the whole thing. If he shows some emotion, anger, happiness, sadness, anything. If it's mentioned that it wasn't intentional or was accidental. And we named our clock. I put up a poll. We had a few names to choose from, and the winner of the poll was actually what was it? It was the Boone's Day clock. But even though that won with the vast majority of the votes, I decided we can't use that because that's not a name. It's a description. So we went with Sarah McLaughlin. Sarah McLaughlin, but so that the people that voted for the Boone's Day Express, we will refer to it as Sarah McLaughlin, the Boone's Day clock. So yeah, see Sarah Boone, Sarah McLaughlin, McLaughlin and McLaughlin, and she has that horrible. I know you just had a great day, but let me show you dying dogs, public service thing she does. So it was perfect for this case. So we have Sarah McLaughlin, the Boone's Day clock. So when we see the clock, we can mark that off. Court has technical difficulties. Sarah shows emotion. Sarah shows emotion. This is a woman who was so, perhaps sociopathic is a good word, that she is literally facing life imprisonment. She is on trial for the murder of her boyfriend. And she's worried about, can she have peppermints, 2 bags of chips, some cookies, and Pop-Tarts with a juice box? She's worried about snacks when she is literally on trial for her freedom and her life. So there you go. Let's see if she shows any emotion, shall we? Still, all right. Court TV has gone live. They're just showing the Great Seal of the state of Florida, and I don't think Law and Crime has they put up their stream yet? No, Law and Crime hasn't even put up their live stream yet. So screw them, I guess. Right, back to the bingo thing. Lawyers confused. If the lawyer, and there's one particular lawyer I'm thinking of who tends to be confused. If he or any of the other lawyers are genuinely confused about who they are, where they are, and what's going on, that's it. Oh, we get to mark off in court. Vice's boomers something. You know what? I think we already did that, didn't we? I boomered just mark that off. I've already boomered stuff. Baseball bat, if the baseball bat is mentioned. If a lawyer calls for sidebar. If the defense interrupts or ignores the judge. If we hear about Sarah being the real victim in this case. The defense attacks the credibility of a prosecution witness. If we hear about the game of hide and seek. Any reference to the wine. If the prosecutor becomes frustrated at a witness or at anything the defense says, if the prosecutor shows frustration, if we hear dog snores, if there's some memeable viral type thing that happens in court, like, Sarah stands up and starts throwing chairs at somebody or something. If there's something viral, we'll discuss. And any of the lawyers overacting. Those are our bingo card selections. So again, if you're just getting here, the link is pinned to the top of the chat here in YouTube and Rumble. So just click on that, click generate card, and play along. And we will let each other know when we have bingo. It's a fun thing to do. It's amusing, it's slightly irrelevant, and it's pretty darn educational, and it keeps us focused. Right now we got 732 people here waiting for court to start. And it is 10 a.m., so it should be starting pretty dang quickly. So let me bring in the share screen. There we go. I will embiggen it here and then shrink it down here in the corner so we can see what's happening. This is Court TV. I don't really like Court TV's feed. For some reason, theirs is always kind of wonky. They use the same pool, which I don't understand, but somehow they manage to wonk it up. As soon as we get some signs of life from Law and Crime, we'll go on over to them, but they don't even have their live stream set up yet. So we could be in for a long haul here. We also need to put up a like and subscribe poll because there's 737 people here and only 350 likes. Somebody quick, throw out a topic. What should be the topic of the like and subscribe poll today? Let's see. Start a poll. Like, subscribe, vote. All right, let's see here. What time is it? That's not a very good poll question. Okay, they need a proper Oompa Loompa song. The best flavor of Pop-Tarts. Will Sarah take off her clothes? Good Lord. Okay, Pop-Tarts. That's 2 calls for Pop-Tarts. All right. And for those of you that don't know what a Pop-Tart is, it's a really, really dry, crappy pastry that's full of flavored stuff and may or may not have frosting and or sprinkles on top. It's just a big ball of dry, fruity, or other savory flavored pastry, and they're just like crack. They're one of those things like, oh, these are terrible, but they're oh so good. Favorite flavor of Pop-Tart. favorite flavor of Pop-Tart. And I will start off with my personal favorite, frosted blueberry. All right. Oh, brown sugar cinnamon. We can do that one. I'm just the first one that I see when I look over there. Brown sugar cinnamon. S'mores. S'mores. That would be chocolate and marshmallow. Chocolate and marshmallow. We need one more. So let's see what the first one I see when I raise my head is. There is no cheesy bacon Pop-Tart. Even if there is a cheesy bacon Pop-Tart, nobody likes them. There is no such thing as a cheesy bacon Pop-Tart. Egg McMuffin. No, Nathan C., I know there's not one of those. Cookies and cream. Is that a thing? All right, we'll do cookies and cream. All right, that's the like and subscribe poll today. So it's just this little gimmicky thing to remind you to do the YouTube things and hit the like button and hit the subscribe button. Now we got nothing else better to do because we're waiting for court to get underway. I better make sure that I haven't paused it. Oh, good, it's still live. Okay, yeah, I can see the scrolling thing there. All right, so that's our like and subscribe poll. Hit the like button. You got nothing else better to do. It's free. It costs you nothing, and it's right there. And while you're down there, hit the subscribe button because we are working our way towards, I think the next good goal should be 80,500. We're doing quite well. We're averaging about 100 subscribers a day. How long can we keep that up, I wonder? We are currently at 81,302. That is super awesome, guys. I appreciate the support so much. Let's see if we can get 198 more subscribers before this day is done. All right, let's check out what we've got going on here. We've got some stuff going on behind the scenes. Cindy Collins, member for 1 month, impressive lightning show. It's on the downswing now, thank heavens. But like when we first did this and you were just hearing thunder after thunder after thunder, it was doing that for like an hour. So that was good. And Fletcher, we got Fletcher Boy. Jill Ames with the Australian $5 adding to the next tier. Ooh, if we get to the second tier, we might need the second tier. Let's see. I think we Storm Cam. Yeah, we did Flaming Dragon. All right, now we can go start going the other direction again. Jonathan Irwin is a new member. Thank you so much for joining the clean and sober crew, Jonathan Irwin. Deeply appreciated. I'm pleased to have you here, and I hope you stick around for a while. And been there, done that. Said it is 9 a.m. in Florida. Yes, it is, and court should start at 9. It didn't, so who knows? Usually the judge has a few other things to take care of before he gets around to this. So we'll give him a few minutes here. Let's see if. And again, we're going to try one more time today to see if we can get Jules in. Jules has had problem connecting, but it's mainly me. I'm going to send her a text and see if she's in the courtroom. So I'm going to see, is there any sign they're going to start soon? Is there any sign that they will be starting soon? All right. Well, I think what we will do while we're waiting, because there's no more motions or letters to read. We're basically caught up and literally just waiting for opening statements or at least the arguments on the motion. So I think we'll go back to doing what we were doing yesterday while waiting for the court to start. We'll go back to the jury selection because quite frankly, the jury selection was pretty dang cool. I enjoyed watching. I was surprised that I enjoyed watching the jury selection because this judge handles jury selection so well. I've never seen a judge handle the jury selection like that, and it was so good and so fair and so well done. I mean, respectful to even people that are saying seemingly crazy things, but he did a damn fine job. I'm just trying to find the link. There we go. There's the link to Trial TV. Go to their YouTube channel. Right. Live. Go back in time. Where's the jury selection? There we go. Is this us? Don't know how far we got in the jury selection, though. All right, I'm just going to start it in one place. That we may have covered this already. I don't know. Whoa! All right, here comes a lot more thunder incoming. All right, let me put this on over here, and yet another window. We got lots of windows going on. Oh yeah, the storm's definitely moving away. Just kind of a low rumble at this point. All right. Okay, people, we have achieved what we are going to achieve here. We have got everything all signed up. And Jules has just sent a message saying housekeeping is done. So yes, it should be soon. Everyone is in place except for Sarah, but the judge is off the record. Okay. So looks like we could be here in the next few minutes. So we'll just, all right. I know the best way. The best way to make sure court starts immediately is do something else. Hey, it's Julie Williams. Hi from Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas, home of Miller Hats, where I get all my hats. All of my Western hats, all my cowboy hats that I've had for 20 years, I've got from Miller Hats. So Miller Hats in Houston, Texas. If you're there, Julie, go pay him a visit and buy a hat. I wish I had a sponsorship, but yeah, that ain't gonna happen. They don't need my dumbass there. So when I was there visiting them a couple of years ago, I sort of half jokingly, half seriously suggested the. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that. The dogs. I sort of half jokingly, half seriously suggested that a sponsorship would be nice. And while I was looking at hats, he took a phone call from Stevie Nicks, and who said that she was coming to buy hats and stuff there for the concert. And I'm thinking, yeah, he's got Stevie Nicks on the phone. He doesn't need my dumbass. That was a good one. All right, jury selection.
That I need to know.
This will make sure that we start court immediately because that's how it goes. I want to do one more check of Law and Crime to see if they're with the program yet. I thought Law and Crime was supposed to be. Oh, there we go. All righty. So we'll get rid of Court TV and bring up Law and Crime, and we'll watch jury selection. This is the day one of the jury selection.
Do you happen to do any of that social media stuff?
No. Well, unless you count Pinterest.
Pinterest?
Yeah.
Okay. He's questioning some jury about something. Let's go back.
On what? One at a time. 44. Why do you avoid the local news?
Oh yeah. Okay. This is all the people that avoid the local news. This is an interesting question.
One of the crime is going to involve her state of mind. And perhaps another instruction may involve her state of mind. Do you have any doubt in your ability to set aside your state of mind, your personal feelings about the conduct that was described in the testimony and evidence, and just only consider that for her state of mind?
I guess I could.
So here we go back onto the airplane. Do you have any doubt in your ability to do that?
I think yeah.
Okay.
He doubts his ability.
Have anything they want to say about this topic? Because this part of the trial is the only time you can ask a lawyer and you will not get a bill.
That's funny.
So if you have a question, now's the time to ask a question about this topic. If we move on to another topic and you want to come back, that's fine. It's still free. All right. We're good on this? Anybody following baseball? Everybody that follows baseball and has stakes in television rights wants the New York Yankees and Aaron Judge to play Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I'm very sorry for the Guardians fans and the Mets fans. Sorry, Madam 50.
That'd be good.
All right. My next question is, do we have any professional baseball players here? No professional baseball players out of 48? Okay. All right.
All right, and by the way, how's my
Let's
audio?
say
I
that
should
a
be about 5
reasonable
or
batting
10% louder
average,
than the
and
court.
You don't have to know a lot
How
about
does that sound? Do I
baseball,
need?
so
Is it
if
okay,
you
or do I need to
don't,
be
you're
louder
gonna
or
be fine.
quieter?
Let's say the average batting average is 200, which means 20%. 1 out of 5 times that you go up to the plate, you're going to get a hit, make it to first base or further safely, and get a big salary when your contract is up. All right? Knowing that, when any particular baseball player that is in the Major League Baseball league steps up to the plate, is it reasonable to expect that 20% of the time they should get a hit? Anybody think it's not reasonable if that's like the average, normal?
Is this Sarah filling out her
objectively
fantasy
reasonable
league
baseball player?
stats for the week?
Now, if you're doing 300 or higher, you're going to get a lot more money. All right. How about you? Seat 12.
All right, we should be going soon. Jules has just messaged me and said that George's family is coming into the courtroom now.
12. Have you ever stepped into the batter's box, baseball or softball, and swung a bat? I can't hear you. Yes. All right. I assume that was not at the Major League Baseball level.
Correct.
So you've never faced somebody that throws potentially 100 miles an hour and can make the ball do 3 or 4 different tricks and slide it around up and down and all around. All right.
Phrasing.
Do you think it would be objectively
Judge.
reasonable for you to get a hit if you tried 200 times? All right. Anybody disagree? Nothing personal.
Sarah's
number 12,
passing the
but
note. Do you like me? Check yes or no.
Put yourself. Who thinks here, like, after never having faced a major league player, all right, we'll get to you, 48, that you could do this. All right, seat 48. You can do it.
Yeah.
All right. What's your baseball background?
Play little.
All right. And so that's 9 to 12 years old. And the rubber is 45 feet away from.
No, this is the first day of jury selection, but I see where he's going with this. We're probably not going to get to it because people are walking around in court.
The
But
plate, right?
I see where he's going with this.
Work with a professional, get your back injured.
Okay.
He's a man.
All right.
Sitting right next to you, asking how to do things.
Okay.
You and I.
All right.
Each one of us is capable of hitting that back.
Okay.
Probability and statistics. You threw out a high volume number.
Right.
So it is statistically likely that I will make contact. It might be a foul, might go into the dirt. I'm gonna hit it.
All right. I'm talking about getting a hit. You're going to be on first base and asking for a contract.
What's the volume again?
200 pitches. All right. So potentially you're going to have a jury instruction that reads, what would be objectively reasonable for the person in those circumstances? All right. So the baseball example is one person may have a vastly different experience in the batter's box than another. Would everybody agree with that? And so in that particular instance, if you're read an instruction about what an objectively reasonable person in those circumstances would do, it's going to be, again, that person and not your personal experience. Does everybody understand that? Anybody have a problem, they think, with following that instruction? The last thing we're doing, and what is not a part of this, is asking you, the juror, what you would do. And I just want to make sure nobody has any problems understanding that this is not about what you would do. Anybody have a doubt in their ability? That's a no. We got quiet.
No.
Okay.
Nobody doubts their own abilities.
Next thing I want to talk about, second-degree murder. I know that it's been mentioned from the information that there was a murder charge. It is a second-degree murder charge. Again, there's no death penalty. That is for certain select first-degree murder cases. So this is not a death penalty case. My question is this. If part of the instruction that you will receive at the end of the trial, if you are lucky enough to join us and stay, I know you're already happy about day 2. If there's an instruction that says second-degree murder does not require the state to prove an intent to kill, is anybody going to have any doubts in their ability to follow that instruction? Second-degree murder does not require an intent to kill. First row on the right, your left. Anybody have any problems with that instruction? If it is read.
All right, I'm going to
Second row
abandon you
on
all
your
here
left.
for just a quick minute while I prepare the
You're awful quiet, Mr. 25.
suitcase cocktail.
All right. Third row left. Fourth row left. All right. First row right. Second row right. Third row right. Fourth row right. Okay. I also expect there will be an instruction of the law from the judge that says, basically, voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime in Florida, specifically alcohol. Anybody in the front row on the left have any doubts in your ability to follow that instruction if the judge gives it to you? Second row on the left. Third row on the left. Fourth row on the left. First row on the right. Second row on the right. No. Third row on the right. Fourth row on the right. All right. Anybody in the front row right not follow the news at all? Avoid it. I know we talked a little bit about it Monday or Tuesday, but this is going to be a different line of questioning. Anybody avoid the news, doesn't follow it at all? Raise your paddle up high if that applies to you. Front row right, unless you want a shoulders workout. All right. 4, any particular reason you avoid the news? Okay.
I did watch some of the hurricane stuff, but
That's a valid excuse. Who doesn't want to see Jim Cantori?
but no, I don't.
Okay. Seat 5 also no? You do follow the news. All right. Anybody else in the front row right? Second row right. Third, all right, you got to do it high. Like, I'm really going to give you that trip the judge is promising people around the world to your favorite destination. All right, 16, any particular reason you don't watch the news? Okay, 18? All right. Third row on the right, avoid the news. 29. Okay. Is it fair to summarize it? Overwhelming and negative so that everybody could hear. All right. 34. Any particular reason?
No, I just don't prefer without watching it.
All right. Is there any particular way you find out what's going on in the world and the community around you other than the news?
I'm just left out in the negative.
All right. If you need to know, you'll know.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Last row right. Anybody avoid the news? Madam 44.
Hi.
Either. I couldn't hear you. Okay. You avoid the local and what? One at a time. 44. Why do you avoid the local news? Uninteresting and irrelevant?
There you go. All right. We
But you
apparently
do
have
follow
a
the
bunch of
national
people.
news. Any particular news source or
Trial should be
sources that you
starting in the
follow?
near future. We have nearly 1,000 people here. We're just watching day 1 of jury selection until the court starts.
Well, can we have the microphone? All right. So what are your sources for your national news?
Citizens Free Press, Breitbart,
Ooh.
Gateway Pundit, Red State, Real Clear Plot, Real
We know who
Clear
she's voting for.
Politics, Front Page Magazine.
Okay. I take it from one of those names, at least one source is right-leaning. Is that fair?
Quite a few are.
Okay.
They all
Are any
are.
left-leaning?
Real Clear Politics has a pretty good blend.
Pretty good blend is the best.
How do you
can
go about resolving conflicts in stories? One source may say X happened. Another source says Y happened. Is there any way you go about resolving that since you get your news from multiple sources who may lean in different directions?
Sometimes time plays out. Eventually, the truth comes out. Sometimes corrections come out.
Do you ever actively seek to do your own research and find the answer between the two different?
See, he doesn't just ask people directly, these things like, do you tend to do your own outside research? He'll weave it into this story. And I like the way he does it. Young Black Economist doesn't like the baseball analogy very much.
Or more than two different possibilities?
Rarely, because you really can't trust Google.
Okay. All right, thank you. Who else in the back row right avoids the news? Mr. 45.
It's kind of like the same as some other people were saying, where it's just like overly negative. And I also think there's like such an overwhelming amount of information. It can be kind of hard to tell which sources are reliable.
Okay.
And one reliable source of information is Megan Hunter RRT. I hate Pop-Tarts, but I will also fight someone for one. P.S. PupCam. Exactly. We got the PupCam, and we can think we can get them both here in the shot for a change. There we go. If we do this, we can kind of get them both. Yeah, exactly. Pop-Tarts are evil and they're horrible, and I also would fight someone for one. Jerry Reed has been a member for 12 months, a full year. Says, cheers to the best law channel, mods, pups, and chat. Cannot argue with you there. We have the best chat, the best dogs, the best mods, and hey, I am the single greatest lawfluencer on the entire internet. Hands down. And this is Flaming Dwagon with the $5 crocheting a suitcase. How do you crochet a suitcase? To commemorate, what should I put inside? A little man seems to... No, don't do that. Oh, my Lord. But handcuffs, I guess. I don't know. Don't put a little man inside. That's wrong. Okay. They have changed the view of the camera. Now they're looking at a file box. The judges apparently left the stand. So we're getting ready, but not entirely quickly. I guess we should do this now. We should do it now. We're approaching 1,000 people. Let me put this smaller down here. All right, what we do here is that we have the bingo card. I know we talked about it before. There's pinned at the top of the chat here on YouTube and Rumble is a bingo card link. Click on the link, click generate card, and that'll bring up your bingo card. And as things happen, we'll check them off. It forces you to pay a little bit closer attention. It forces you to open the ears and look around and keep track of your surroundings. And we have a good time doing it. Slightly irrelevant. It's fun. And we have the official Sarah Boone cocktail. The official Sarah Boone cocktail is the Boone Tang suitcase. That's what we're calling it. It's the Boone Tang suitcase. It's vodka and Tang. And how you can tell if you're drinking Tang or orange juice, this color orange does not exist in nature. So this is our Boone Tang suitcase, the official cocktail of the Sarah Boone trial. Vodka and Tang. If it's evening or nighttime where you are, you're just alone during the daytime, feel free to join us. If it's morning where you are, just pretend it's a mimosa. And we also have Aussie Overlord joining us.
G'day, g'day.
Howdy, sir. He is one of our guests. We're getting a world perspective. For those of you who don't know, Hayden, Aussie Overlord, is a lawyer from Australia.
That I am, or at least I pretend to be. How we doing, chat? How we doing, folks? I'm happy to say I haven't missed too much in terms of the trial as of yet. I have yet to go and get my Goon Boone bag, but I'll...
We'll do it now because she's coming in the courtroom right now.
Shit. All right, I'm going now.
All right. I'm putting on the court camera. Let's see. We need to present the screen. No, not that one. We'll get that. We'll get the doggos back here in just a quick second. Right. She is being unshackled, which means the jury will be coming in very shortly. Let's see. Bring back the dogs. We'll bring the dogs back in when things get rolling. All right. So in addition to the Boone Tang suitcase cocktail, and it's Friday night, so there's a whole lot of Boone in there. We also have the Sarah Boone snack tray. This woman has the diet of an 8-year-old. I'm fat, and this is going to make me uncomfortable to eat this. These are the things she requested be provided to her so that she can nosh on them during trial. Peppermints. I've got some peppermints here. She wanted some candies. My candy of choice is Haribo gummy bears. Definitely not the diet kind. She wanted she wanted 2 bags of chips. So I've only opened one. These are Korean smoky bacon flavored potato chips, and she wanted some cookies. So I've got 5 Oreo cookies here. This is the snack plate of champions that she wanted to be provided to her on a daily basis so that she could snack during trial. The judge said no. So although she can't, we certainly can. We are free. We are free to snack to our heart's content because we haven't been accused of murdering somebody. If you want to enjoy your gummy bears, your Oreo cookies, your peppermints, your smoky bacon chips, and your Boone Tang cocktail, just don't get accused of murdering somebody. Simple. Lizard King with the $5. I are not smart enough to comprehend your subject matter. I come for the hats and stay for the emotional support. Potato Pig puppy cam. That's right there. Well, it'll be right there in a second. And Aussie Wombat has just gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. If you are one of those 5 lucky recipients, make sure you give Aussie Wombat a super, super special thanks. All right. We are
on behalf of Sarah Boone.
getting underway. She's being sworn in.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you please state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
All right. Ms. Boone is seated at council's table, wearing a black suit and a pink blouse. She is in custody in this matter. However, there are no restraints that are affixed to her person. So we will be standing when our jury enters and exits. Before we bring in our jury this morning, yesterday the court had reserved on a Richardson hearing regarding Exhibit 2 is identified in the defendant's 5th amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list, specifically 119 pages of records from Advent Health Winter Park that were provided to the state yesterday morning by way of USB drive. Yesterday, the court had ordered that the defense was to provide an edited version of only the records pertaining to anxiety and the lack thereof, or anything pertaining to those matters, but before 9 a.m. this morning. Was that done, Mr. Owens?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. J, have you had the opportunity to review the culled down list of 119 documents?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What
They were
is
culled.
remaining of those 119 specific JPEG images, and what do they pertain to?
Billings, observations by the medical personnel, so it necessarily applies to the issue of anxiety, as the court indicated. I did include.
Oh, come on. Use the microphone, people. Seriously? Oh, surprise. Oh, that's not the other. He's not even standing at the table. He's standing behind the table.
Of those 119 images, how many are being sought? 15? Okay, thank you. State response.
Apparently, these are all
Thank you, sir.
just related to a January 23rd, 2018 admission at Advent Health Winter Park. So it appears they're not seeking to introduce any records from other instances that were contained in the records that were first disclosed to the state on September 27th.
You speak of the 81 pages?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Nor the new 119 pictures that still not in a PDF form. So of the 15 pages, the first 2 that they list are pages 9 and 10 out of 111. And I believe I've identified them as best I can. However, the Bates stamp from the hospital is over other text, and there is no other Bates stamp. So I had to, I'm guessing that it's pages 9 and 10 out of 111. It appears to just be a health information sharing sheet, like a contract. I don't understand the relevance of those 2 pages. Pages 21, and then they skip 22, 23, 24, and 25 are all part of her initial assessment on 123.18. We don't object to those pages, but for, and I apologize that there's a but for, the fact that at the bottom of page 25 begins her toxicology screening, and that does go into page 26, and they did not indicate that they want to use page 26. However, without page 26, we are going to experience relevancy issues and a 403 objection from the state. And that is because in her toxicology screen, for which she is coming to the treatment to seek treatment for depression symptoms, she is at 165 for ethanol, meaning when converted, it's 0.165 grams per deciliter, over twice the legal limit. It's a central nervous system depressant. We are going to have at least one medical doctor, well, two. The forensic pathologist will testify for the state, and then our expert on battered spouse syndrome, if we get to that point, is also a medical doctor. She's a psychiatrist, not a psychologist. Will tell us that ethanol is a central nervous system depressant. I believe even the psychologist will be
Time to depress the central nervous system.
We are objecting to pages 21 through 25 coming in without page 26.
If I understand your argument, is it a rule of completeness issue?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that it applies to documents as opposed to statements. I mean, it is an out-of-court statement, so it is a rule of completeness issue, particularly when the symptoms and the complaints
All right, if you're playing bingo at home, we have dog snores. Mark off dog snore on your bingo card.
of the patient on that particular day were crying and being depressed and showing signs of using a central nervous system depressant. The rest of the talk screen, pages 27 and 28, they did not list. We are not complaining that they are not including that. Page 29 is another page they listed. That's more of a narrative about her visit at January 23rd, 2018. We do not object. Page 43 is just her vital signs. We don't object. Page 44 is more of the initial assessment on this January 23rd, 2018 visit. We do not object, nor do we object to pages 45, 46, or 47.
What are pages 45, 46, and 47, just for my own?
More of this initial assessment of January 23rd, 2018 was my understanding.
Okay.
Page 48, we are asking again that this be included. Again, I don't believe it's super mysterious why we are going from pages 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, and then skipping page 48 and then going to 49. But we do want page 48 included. On that page includes her height and weight at the time.
Snack request was denied.
Page 63.
What's 49?
But not mine, bitches. I got my Sarah
So
Boone snack
seemingly
plate.
that's included.
49 is just some results. Again, it's misleading and doesn't provide full context without what I've described as page 26, because part of the results on page 49 show that she was tested, shows that she was tested for the presence of ethyl alcohol or ethanol. But it
Oh, yes,
doesn't-
Hayden, welcome back. We were referring to
What the
alcohol
results
as a
contain
central
on that
nervous system
page,
depressant.
On page 26, the one I previously described as wanting included.
So not following 49.
Only
to
if you drink enough of it.
Actually.
No, because the pages they want from the 40s are 43 through 47,
central
skipping
nervous system
48. And
depressant.
we're asking for 48 to be included between 47 and 49 to make sure it's relevant and complete. And
But they are also seeking 49, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just they just skipped 48, just like they skipped 26.
Okay.
Page 63. It appears to be repetitive, but we don't have any particular objection. Page 63 of the 111. Page 108 seems to be another part of the initial assessment from January 23rd, 2018. So we don't object to that. So basically we're asking for pages 26 and 48 to be included.
Okay, thank you. The defense did, or I'm sorry, the state did seek a Richardson hearing yesterday in this matter, and based on binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, Young v. State 369 Southern 3rd 1243, regardless of the culling down of the records, the court still is required to conduct a Richardson hearing. As to the issue of whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful, Mr. Owens had advised that these documents were obtained sometime last week. He was unable to provide any specificity. He's going to confer with his office. Mr. Owens or Mr. Beck, are you in a position to advise when these documents were first requested, when they were received, and when they were sent to the state? Specifically, any documents pertaining to Exhibit 2, the Advent Health Winter Park records?
Judge, I did check with my secretary, Margaret, and my understanding is I didn't know that was going to be a question about when we actually sent it out. I know it was one of my trips down here. I got Sarah Boone to sign a medical release. We sent it to the hospital. It took a couple of weeks, I want to say.
The defense are somehow genetically incapable of using a microphone.
At our office when something is mailed in, and it was mailed in from the hospital to my office.
It's not a poisonous snake, dude.
For whatever reason, the records did not get to Shelby, who was handling that issue, until late. It was yesterday or the day before that she was aware that they had not been disclosed. We provided the copy to the state at that time.
So did these records come in batches? Because my understanding, based on the state's representation and their objections, was that the first 81 pages came on September 27th. Those were provided.
Those were separate. Those were records that some of the other lawyers, one of the other lawyers had received, and we sent them on, but the problem was they had notes on them. So we sent that 81, but it wasn't directly from the hospital. So we were trying to get a more complete, unedited copy of the records. That's why we made our request.
Okay, and when was the error identified in time as to when these items were not sent, such that they were provided via USB yesterday?
Whatever date we gave them is when we realized there was an error, that same day.
Okay, my understanding that would have been yesterday morning.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
If I may, real quickly, based on the invoice that was sent from the Advent Building Department, actually it's a separate subcontractor, the request was made on the 27th of September.
I'm sure somebody's saying something in court right now. All right, well, it's definitely quiet in there. I think we should talk about a few people here.
Go for it.
Where are we? Nicola Maxwell, member for 8 months, says, Jeff, you rock. Thank you so much for all you do. Love you. Vice Squad is the best squad. Love you guys. Don't grow up. It's a trap. It's a thirst trap, Nicola. And Vince Clortho, member for 15 months. Boomer this. Thank you so much, Vince. Appreciate that. And Robert Lawrence has gifted Fine Legal Vices memberships. If you got one of those, give him a super special thanks. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. And we have also reached
the 119 pages, sir.
We'll talk about it later.
Got on September 27th, 2000.
What are the
Any
dogs'
objections?
names? Strawberry. This is
A for the purposes of the Richardson hearing will be received
Strawberry
without
and Yoda.
objection
Strawberry's brown,
as
Yoda's
states
white.
1.
I did, Nicola.
The people sitting next to the flag are the judge's assistants. All right, we unleashed the first tier, which was the emotional support potato pig dog cam, and we've also unleashed the second tier, which is my punishment for keeping the dogs behind a paywall. A shot of really bad whiskey. In this case, Fireball.
The issue and the confusion that the state
Fire in the
attorney's office
hole.
still has, though, is page 68 of 81 of these original 81 documents.
If you have a cell phone on, they need to be silenced and turned off, please.
Oh, come on.
If
Really?
you cannot follow the court's instructions due to the publicity in this case, I will ask for you to be removed. Does everyone understand? Thank you. You may proceed.
And I realize that I've only had a limited amount of time to review the 119 pages that came in yesterday. And again, it's more difficult to review those.
I'll explain later.
It's not in a PDF where I can word search it and do any of the things that are afforded to us with modern technology. It came in as 119 separate JPEGs. They're not in order. So for instance, when I'm trying to look for page 43 of those 111 records out of the 119 pages, it's not in order. And I've done my absolute best to try and see if this page, which is 68.
Yes.
And see, there's really no excuse
And
for the
referring to
defense to do
68
that.
of the 81 that was
Yes,
entered
sir.
as one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank
It
you.
is sub-labeled within these records as page 2 of 14. And it appears to be a part of her visit on January 23rd, 2018. And in the social history provided, it says alcohol use denies, tobacco use denies, and the other part isn't relevant. And I just haven't been able to find that. And so I'm asking for the leeway to continue to try and search for that particular page out of the 119 so that I may ask that out of the doctrine of completeness and fairness that it be included. I'm just at this point, I've not been able to find anything in the records that says that, and I'm limited in my abilities to cheat with technology and put it, if there's a 119 page PDF and you make it word searchable, you just put in the magic word and it helps the attorney greatly. So that's why there's this confusion, and that's part of why I had to raise this issue. Was just at my first glance of those pages yesterday, I knew that something seemed off compared to what was previously provided.
Okay. Any response?
It has a heading, Your Honor. I'm not familiar with that heading in the documents that I was reviewing. I'll look for it again and I'll provide information.
I appreciate y'all working together on that. So here's what we're going to do.
If I may.
Yes.
We had told the state that we would bring in a printed copy, not the PDF, this morning. But Federal Express, which is the block away, for whatever reason, the road was being constructed. So they closed. So we were there at 8 o'clock to get the copy to the state we had promised, but we will bring one at lunch to hand the state.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right. Any other argument with regard to the Richardson issue? Anything further, Mr. Beck? Okay. With regard to, let me conclude the Richardson analysis first. All right. Thank you both for your positions and your arguments. The court has, as a matter of law, the court needs to determine whether the defendant's violation was inadvertent or willful. Court finds that based on the positions provided by the defense that the disclosure was inadvertent, but I do find that the violation had some level of substantiality to it. But due to the state's review and the defense compliance with the court's order yesterday as to culling down to the pages that we've identified, the court finds that the violation had a limited ability on the state's ability to prepare for trial due to the lack of objections to the majority of the documents, with the exception of page 48 and 26, which are sought to be included. For those reasons, I find that the prejudicial effect of the substantial disclosure is limited, and I'm not going to order the defense, not going to prohibit the defense from proceeding forward on moving these items into evidence. However, I do want to address the 403 rule of completeness issue with regard to pages 26 and 49 26 and 48 as sought by the state. No objection, Mr. Beck. All right, thank you. So the state's request is granted. Pages 26 and 48 will be included in any evidentiary documents that sought to be moved into evidence with regard to this January 23, 2018 incident, as provided in the 119 pages of item 2 of the defendant's fifth amended reciprocal discovery exhibit list. I will not foreclose the state regarding page 68 of the 81 pages. If they are able to find that additional document, we can address any argument at that time as to why that should be included. Anything further, state, before we bring in our jury?
Judge, the defense team has indicated to me that they intend on using demonstrative aids during opening statement. The ones
that would
I've
probably
seen
be the big
include
picture of her with a black eye
instructions
that we saw
may not
earlier.
be given and may not be given in the way that the court gives, and photographs that could be coming into evidence. I identified at least one that I don't recognize as something they sought to be seeking into evidence, perhaps two. So I believe we should have a discussion about each and every one of those. They should each be marked for the record purposes by letter so that we can refer to them and make a record. I believe it's in the court's discretion, even though I rarely see it exercised in this way in this circuit, to allow the respective parties to refer to actual exhibits during opening statements. I would urge the court not to allow that. They're going to see them soon enough, but particularly with what they are seeking to introduce, given the motion in limine ruling that the court has already issued, that at this point in time, the latest proffer with the defendant's testimony is not amounting to an overt act that will result in a self-defense instruction, that will result in prior instances of violence coming in, that it would be extremely prejudicial, dangerous, and to use Mr. Cacciatore's analogy, very impossible to put that toothpaste back in the tube if we amplify our opening statements, which may or may not come to fruition when we start talking about these past instances and battered spouse syndrome. It would be greatly amplified if they're actually seeing exhibits of the defendant's past injuries that she's attributing to the decedent. So I'm asking for us to discuss that.
Response before we go through each photo.
What a wasted opportunity. The guy's name is Cacciatore.
Sarah's going to testify that she
Don't say toothpaste back in the tube. Say the chicken back in the Cacciatore.
I was going to say, are we not allowed to say cat out of the bag anymore?
And under the instruction for justifiable use of non-deadly force.
Chat's complaining about the dogs, by the way.
Use of deadly force.
I'm not discussing the jury instructions at this time.
There are evidence of prior threats, prior events, violence.
Here's my concern. Why are we addressing law in opening statement?
Well, I agree with the state attorney. I did.
Then don't do it.
That does not answer my question.
Uh-oh. Keep an eye on the judge shows emotion. He's borderline annoyed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, for God's sake.
No, I can see it, sir.
Yeah, we can see it's her on the giant poster of her face.
What's your position with regard to those two, Mr. J?
Judge's opening statements, we should be discussing what we anticipate to come into the trial, and that's going to be enough of a minefield. It really shouldn't be about the law. We'll both have an opportunity to use the actual jury instructions, which we have not decided upon. We will have the opportunity to use that overhead or any means that we want at the end of the trial during our closings to put up what is actually decided to be the law after the case has been presented. So it's our position that we shouldn't be using demonstrative aids with portions of jury instructions. We're going to have that opportunity to argue how the law applies to the facts at the end, and we will have the correct version. And if the court is following the tendency that I've seen in this circuit recently, we may, in fact, read 3/4 of the jury instructions to them before we even begin our closing remarks. I think it's premature and problematic to be doing that at this time, and it's not the role of opening remarks.
Any other response?
I agree.
Doing this 35 years, I've had these boards, I've used these boards at opening statements, I don't know how many times. I've said that I would waive introducing the one specific to self-defense, but reasonable doubt is an instruction you gave to the jury when we got started. And then this weighing the evidence is a standard jury instruction that applies in every case.
Are those the standard? Is that the language of the standard instruction?
I have not had the opportunity this morning to pull up the Florida Standard Criminal Jury Instructions off the Supreme Court website due to dealing with motions in limine, trying to prepare my opening statement, and doing all the things that I should be doing on the eve of openings. But I did notice that I did not believe the reasonable doubt instruction was complete just from memory, And I know that's not the complete weighing the evidence instruction either. It's an entire page of instructions for each of those.
Can I see the reasonable doubt instruction, please?
The court looks like a storage
Well,
room.
here's the first problem. That's the wrong instruction.
Oh, dope.
Florida Supreme Court revised 3.7 earlier this year.
Oh,
That is
no.
not the appropriate definition of reasonable doubt. It is not what was read to the jury
Oh, no.
during jury selection. 3.7 now reads,
Defense
proof
brings up the
beyond
wrong.
reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there's not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. That does not track the standard jury instruction.
All right. I think we should mark
those
off lawyer
reasons,
confused
I'm
on
not
your
gonna
bingo
allow it.
card.
Yep.
Y'all have it redone in arguments?
As long as we're still in the process of working through. The 3.7 instruction speaks for itself. I won't preclude you from using enlargements in closing, but for the purposes of opening, because it doesn't track the 3.7 instruction, I'm not going to allow it.
This is an excerpt from.
Dude.
Yeah, definitely mark off lawyer confused on your bingo card, people. And someone asked what happens if you get bingo. Tell us, and we go, yay. And then you see if you can get 2 bingos. And by the way, if you're just joining us, one of the 1,100 people here, and you want to play along with the bingo, head on up there to the pinned comment on top of YouTube and Rumble. Click on it, click generate card, and play along in the bingo game with us. We'll go over what we have marked off so far in just a minute. Meanwhile, the judge is trying to make sure that that Skippy Owens here, who is a great lawyer and is a hero for doing what he's doing, even though he's boomering it a bit, just making sure that he's actually got the right
That seems to
standard.
be the standard 3.9
There
instructions,
we
or at
go.
least portions of it.
Good job,
Response?
Again, since it's not all of it, it's misleading. It's highlighting something about the law when we're just talking about opening remarks. 6 through 10 are optional. We haven't decided which out of the optional instructions 6 through 10 we're going to use in this case because we have not heard the evidence yet. So I just think it's inappropriate to be delving into pieces and portions of jury instructions before we get the evidence. What we should be doing is explaining to the jury what we believe the facts are going to show and the inferences that they can draw from them, and argue the law later.
Last bite at the apple, sir.
Judge, they've got to have some
It's there.
guidance to the law, that in many ways.
Okay,
do
I'll
it,
randomize
we give
this.
them the law at the very end, and I understand the reason for that, depending on the evidence that comes in, but there's standard instructions that are going to apply throughout. And this is just giving them an idea of what their role is in considering the credibility of witnesses. I think it's appropriate. It's a brief statement of a standard instruction that comes in on every case.
And he
Move
just
to the
wanders
photographs
off.
before I address the 3.9 issue.
I think for the record, we should mark them.
Okay. Do you want them?
See what happens when you
want
order
them
your
marked by Madam Clerk?
lawyer on
correct?
Temu?
Okay, so let's approach with that first photograph, please. Madam Clerk, yes.
All right, you're going to look at the photos individually, I guess. What makes them think that the jury will actually bring in the jury today? The jury is waiting in the wings. As soon as they finish this nonsense, the jury will be brought in. This is just being painfully drug out. D. Watt, member for 7 months. Can Sarah make a sandwich? She's in prison. She's in jail, soon to be prison. So it's not called a sandwich anymore. It's called a swole. It's a prison swole. Island says $5. My favorite thing about jury selection was people ratting out their families. My uncle got arrested 5 times. Fair? Oh, yeah. He was super guilty. Yeah, that was pretty funny. That was actually pretty funny. And as I was saying with the second tier, this shot of horrific fireball I did, people accuse me of keeping my dogs behind a paywall. And so as a punishment, when we get to the second tier, then I do a shot of really bad whiskey to punish me. It not only does it punish me, but it also clears the really bad whiskey off my shelf that I would otherwise not drink. We just happen to be on a bottle of Fireball at this moment. So that was what the Fireball drinking was all about. Third tier is a shot of absinthe neat. We're not
I feel
too
like
far
the
away.
next Effort Friday, you need to include a list of the bad bottles that you do have on the thing, and chat should have to pick.
I'm actually running out of bad bottles. I usually don't keep bad whiskey around for no reason. I'm just clearing off some stuff. So I might actually have to go out and actively purchase bad bottles. Like Mellow Corn. We don't have Malort here, so don't ask Chad. But Mellow Corn is not far from it. Fireball is, yeah, I've had that bottle of Fireball for about 6 years. And as we mentioned yesterday, which was the first time we did the punishment shot, the guy I opened that bottle with has been dead for a number of years. So that's how old that bottle is. And the label is peeling off the bottle.
Oh, shit, it's that bottle. Damn,
I usually put two shots or so in my winter eggnog when I make it. That's the only thing I use Fireball for. It used to be good, but then the same guy that's dead, we went to a bar one night and we both drank an entire bottle of Fireball, and I can't touch the stuff after that. That was a bad idea.
Oh my God, Jeff, how many lights? How many lights on the back of that guy's head?
Wait. Oh, did I miss it? Damn it, I'll have to pay attention. Stingy with the $2. That candle called Cinnamon Karen. That candle's called Cinnamon Karen. What candle? What are you talking about? Stingy, you're weird sometimes. What?
Sometimes?
Oh, hey, it's that guy from that movie. I haven't seen there's already coming out with part 3, and I haven't even seen all of part 1.
Yeah, and people are all up in arms about it because apparently a kid dies in the movie, and they're like, well, it's not like any other murderous clowns have ever killed a kid before.
Oh, come on. The first scene of Walking Dead was Rick blowing away a little zombie girl. All right, chat, we have the ultimate question here. How many lights are in the courtroom? Can we tell how many lights there are just by looking at the reflection off the guy's head?
If he stops moving his head, I'd be able to tell.
Can we tell? I think I have an idea.
I got 11.
Four lights!
Close enough, Jean-Luc. Exactly, silent PS. Oh, Sarah's laughing. Sarah's laughing. Oh my God, we have a Sarah shows emotion. Mark Sarah shows emotion off on your bingo card. Sarah shows emotion. All right, for those of you that have opened the wow, look at that. It's weird. The jury's not in yet, so laugh away, I guess. But for those of you that have generated your bingo card and are wondering what we have marked off so far, Dog Cam, Sarah shows emotion, Lawyer confused, Vice's boomers something, Dog snores, and the free space.
I just need shh, and I got bingo.
Oh, I need baseball bat and shh, and I've got a bingo. All right, you've got 1,076 people here and only 690 likes. Come on, people. You're better than that. I know we haven't really done anything in the last hour and 20 minutes, but, you know, it's not my fault. But please hit that like button. Like half of you. We need, okay, not half of you, like 400 of you just get down there and hit that like button. That's what we need. Just 400 of you get down there and hit that like button. I'll be happy. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. And also, Aussie Overlord is here all the way from Australia to give us a non-American perspective on our weird legal system. So, give us
dude, I've been sitting. Let's be perfectly honest. For anyone that doesn't know who I am and I am sitting here just quietly, they have absolutely no reason whatsoever to enjoy my channel. Let's give it a bit. They can learn just exactly how off the wall I am. And then you can enjoy, for example, my Friday night stream called It's a Dumpster Fire.
And every Saturday or Sunday, we do something we affectionately call Titty Ball. The women's LFL, the League of Legends or whatever it is. I don't even know what it's called. We've been watching it for 2 years and I don't care what it's called. What is it? It's not ladies. What is it? Legends Football
So
League?
it started out as the Lingerie Football League, then it changed to Legends Football League. Now it's called the X League, although we don't watch the games now because we might as well be watching the fellas play.
Yeah, pretty much. But anyway, don't listen to him. Go subscribe to his channel anyway. This is your chance to do it while we got a little bit of downtime. And we're already up to 739 likes. Thank you very much. And
sweet.
So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, double check to make sure you're still subscribed, and don't be blinded by his head while you're looking down there to hit the like button. And then make sure you just open up a separate window and subscribe to Aussie Overlord. Where are we at? Are we on what 30? What? Where are we at now?
What? Oh, as in me?
Yeah.
31,800.
All right, we need to get him up to 32,000 by the end of today. Get him his 200. Get him his 200 subscribers. Make him feel good. He's here sacrificing his sleep. It is now 1 a.m. where he is. So show him some love. Aussie Overlord. Drop his link in chat there, mods. And then take our like and subscribe poll today. What's your favorite flavor of Pop-Tart? Even if you haven't had a Pop-Tart, just vote. So far, 8% say cookies and cream, 22% say s'mores, chocolate and marshmallow, 31% say frosted blueberry, which is my personal favorite, and 39% say brown sugar and cinnamon. That's like way too sweet for me, though. I can't do that. It's just too sweet. They have a peanut butter and jelly one that's, man, I would just rather make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
How did you commit the sacrilege of not putting frosted strawberry on there, though?
We only have 4 spaces, and I just went through whatever chat suggested. Strawberry's damn good.
Shame on you, chat.
Strawberry's damn good. All right. We should have put long unnecessary pause in the bingo card, but we didn't. So while we're doing that, it's Friday night, so I got nothing better to do. I was gonna, if it would have been yesterday, I would have streamed till lunch and shut it down. But hey, I'm ready for an all-nighter as long as the central nervous system depressant doesn't get the upper hand.
I'm pretty much in the same boat. I'm just, for the love of God, remind me tomorrow I've got to buy more Tito's.
Frosted strawberry is the default, though. It's arguable. Frosted blueberry should be the default, but I guess the strawberry is more readily available. I had to look over to make sure I hadn't pushed pause because literally nobody has moved a muscle in about 3 minutes.
She's slightly swaying. Don't worry. If you pause it, I'll tell you.
I just had to double check to make sure it's a close up of a face. Yeah, that's one of the pictures they want to get. Oh, it shows where George Torres culture. What? I guess we can read the closed captions even though we can't hear a damn thing. How is this picking up the closed captions when we can't even hear a single sound? The photograph close up of Serbian after. Serbian Sarah Boone by George Jordan. We did see one of the pictures they want to introduce, which was a blown up face picture of Sarah Boone's face with a black eye.
Yeah, and I can understand why the state's making the argument that they don't want that shown during opening statements.
Yeah. Especially because they've been prohibited from, they can mention battered spouse syndrome, but they're prohibited from entering any evidence until they lay foundational evidence to specify what overt act occurred that would have led Sarah Boone to justifiably do what she did. Which
let's face it, bald guy could not even come close to justifying any overt act when he was fumfering in front of the judge. I mean, pretending to not understand the question in order to just try and...
I really don't think
you genuinely don't think he understood it? I genuinely think that he was trying to desperately avoid that particular lasso around himself because
he has argued...
Any other further argument with regard to the use of
none of
those
them made sense.
items pre-marked as A through I in opening statement, Mr. Owens? When did you send it, sir?
Look, this is 2024. Emails don't get lost. We just lie.
I have not received it.
See, he's laughing because he's a lawyer. He's laughing because he's a lawyer. He knows. Every email I've ever written that started with, for whatever reason, it appears that we did not receive your email of whatever date, means I just fucking forgot about it. And he knows I'm saying that, but, we go, okay, wink, wink, dumbass. It's 2024. Emails get where they're going these days.
Has the state seen a copy of it?
I'm
Jeff,
familiar with
don't
the
be the
case law.
magician that reveals the tricks, okay?
Yeah.
No one likes that guy.
Uh-oh. Burning Sensation asks the important question.
Put the gun
I
down.
saw you with the box. What was in the box?
Because I envy your normal life.
Put the gun down, David.
It seems that envy is my sin.
Oh, what's in the box?
State 326 Southern
What's in the fucking box?
656, Florida Supreme Court 2021, Low v. State 259 Southern 3rd 23, Florida Supreme Court 2018. Yes, sir.
Judge, the court has discretion to allow demonstrative aids. If you look at one or both of those, there was a state wanted to introduce.
Shouldn't have had unprotected sex with a demonstrative.
Homicide case, which the court allowed. Other cases have allowed photographs and demonstrative aids.
Especially when it had a black eye like that.
In the Al-Khagir case, which is the 2021 case, trial court acted within its discretion in preventing state's use of a map as a demonstrative aid during the guilt phase rebuttal closing argument in a capital murder trial, where evidence visually demonstrated on the map was not without support in the record. That was actually an exhibit that wasn't in the record.
There's no way that's the suitcase in the box.
No.
2018 case, Supreme Court of Florida.
I hope
Again,
not.
the trial court acted within its discretion in allowing a demonstrative exhibit. In that case, it was a murder prosecution. Trial court acted within its discretion in allowing the state to use a mannequin in a demonstrative aid in order to show the position of the gun in relation to the victim's body. The mannequin was used to set out the circumstances of the crime and to attempt to establish aggravation. The mannequin was used to demonstrate the location of the gunshot wounds, the angle of the impact against the skin, the incapacitating nature of each gunshot wound. Advising of the trajectories were anatomical, not spatial, and had a small degree of error where only was slight difference between the victim's size and the mannequin's dimensions. There was nothing to suggest the mannequin was altered to resemble the victim. Court allowed, again, the court's discretion. As you know, we're claiming self-defense, and as part of that instruction, we're entitled to allege prior instances of difficulties and prior acts of violence so that the defendant who asserts self-defense, their state of mind is different from the norm.
I swear to Christ, this guy's allergic to microphones, or he has this irrational fear of snakes, one of the two.
Well, see, that's one of the things that I like about court here. You are not allowed to speak to the judge unless you're in front of the mic.
Uh-oh. Young black economist thinking she's better than us because she can play the race card. We can't. Oh, we love you. You're so awesome. More dog snores. Where is he?
I mean, to be fair, the camera guy's not doing a great job here either.
Oh, hello.
That the exhibits will be introduced into evidence. They're demonstrative aids to aid the jury in understanding the circumstances surrounding that relationship and the actions that Sarah took and the reasonableness of those actions in light of their history.
Thank you. Any response, State?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Judge, the standard is it is your discretion, and you will only be reversed if you abuse your discretion in this regard. The state is urging you just flat out, as a matter of principle, to not allow the parties to go into the exhibits during opening statements. They're going to be seeing the actual exhibits in the very, very near future. I mean, we can do this. We can play the videos. We can show gruesome autopsy photographs on the big screen as well during opening statements, but those things are all coming. So we're just asking you first in general, let's not extend the opening statements in that regard any more than necessary. Now, our specific
He wants to get
objections, are this. With A, which is beneath everything now, but the bloody ear from the prior incident, I believe that is from a body-worn camera, and I think he indicated as much. It was not from her phone. If we get to that point where we know that this piece of evidence is coming in, that would be one thing. But right now, the law of the case is they cannot put on any evidence of prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence regarding the victim, or go into battered spouse syndrome in the evidence until self-defense has been established. And that self-defense must be established by the testimony, and in this particular case, it has to come from the defendant, of an overt act taken by the decedent, which resulted in an imminent threat of great bodily harm or death. And we have had that litigation. We have provided the court the most recent testimony regarding the defendant's most recent statements from the two doctors, and it doesn't exist at this time. So it's one thing for the parties to go into things in opening statements that don't end up coming into evidence. And when the defendant does that, well, under King versus State, the state gets to point out, look, they made these promises in opening statements and they didn't come to fruition. So you need to disregard everything that you heard that was going to happen in trial that didn't. But the problem, particularly for the state side, is we don't get to appeal. So if we go through opening statements and we have the jurors not only exposed to our words about things that may or may not be coming into evidence, but exposed to 1,000 words per picture. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, that amplifies the error. And it's an error the state has no remedy to fix. So we're asking for A, which would absolutely come into evidence. If we get this overt act testimony, which has not occurred yet from the defendant, then certainly A would come in some of the other letters. And there's nothing wrong with them blowing it up like that. In fact, the state has it on their exhibit and will be showing it on the screen as well. There's not a lot of dispute over whether that will come in if we meet that standard of an imminent act or overt threat of an imminent act of danger. B, I'm not sure B was on their list of items that they sought to introduce from the phone. We would argue a picture of her with her dogs on her porch doesn't have any relevance. I don't expect that to be coming into trial, so we're objecting on that separate ground. And then returning back to C, D, E, F, G, H, I. State is all aware of those photographs. We are prepared to introduce them ourselves through the digital evidence. There's no hiding those things. If we meet the threshold for this sort of evidence coming in.
Could you identify those for me? I'm trying to keep notes contemporaneously.
Yes. C.
It was C through I inclusive?
Yes.
Thank you.
B is the only one that is not a photograph of prior violence. It's, I don't know, it wasn't on their list of things that they sought to introduce, and I don't know what the relevance would be of her just sitting there on her porch with her dogs. But A and then C through I, judge, absolutely at the end of the trial, great. Blow them up, use them as much as you want. But in this particular case, with the rulings that the court has already made about this, based on the state's motion in limine, it is very dangerous to allow them to do this when we are not expecting it to be admitted into evidence based on the current state of the defendant's testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Owens, if you could address Exhibit B, was pre-marked as B.
But Judge, you've already ruled that these things come in and open. Remember that?
No, what I ruled is that you were able to discuss them, address them in opening. Photographs are a totally different kitty.
Yes, sir.
I said nothing about battered spouse syndrome. I said self-defense.
Same.
Under self-defense. And arguing these. I've said nothing about that, Scott. I'm talking about self-defense.
I understand.
And prior difficulties, prior acts of violence is a standard instruction.
But the overt act requirement remains. I mean, we've reviewed Holland and read it multiple times.
In good faith, with discussions with my client, we believe there's going to be evidence of an overt act. That she was facing imminent threat.
I think I called it last night. Pretty sure.
Understood.
She's going to
Your
change her
response to Exhibit
testimony.
B.
Look at the, which one's the?
It's her on the back porch with the 2 dogs.
Judge, not only did he abuse, George Torres abused.
That's not the issue. The issue is that the state represented that it was not part of your exhibit list.
Yeah, you're toast, dude.
Let it go.
We got this from the state. This was they sent over a bunch of pictures of flowers or paintings that they want to introduce, that they've listed as exhibits. I thought for sure we put this on there, but the relevance of it is not only did he abuse Sarah Boone, George Torres, he abused the dogs. And he would threaten to abuse the dogs.
Oh, dude.
If she's genuinely going to testify to the overt act, that is when you bring all this in. This is not the mountain you die on.
They're checking, Judge.
All right.
On whether they have a-
The court's prepared to rule at this point in time. Thank
You ain't
both
gonna-
for your
you ain't gonna win,
presentations and
defense
your
lawyer.
Argument. The courts
No,
have had the
let it go.
opportunity to what was pre-marked as A through I inclusive. First, with regard to the portion of the 3.9 instruction, purposes of opening statement is to set the table of what the issues are, what the parties believe the facts and evidence will show. It is not a proper time to be discussing law or elements of law, and that is an element of law that will be instructed to the jury at the end of the case. So the court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons and prohibit you from using the portion of the 3.9 instruction in opening statement. You could talk about this is a job that you're going to have, but I'm not going to allow you to read portions of the instruction for those reasons at this time. With regard to what was pre-marked as A through I, the Holland case is clear. Before a defendant may introduce evidence of the victim's character, he must first show that there was an overt act by the victim at or about the time of the incident that reasonably indicated a need for self-defense. I understand your good faith belief. I take no position on whether or not you're going to make it or not. That's something that you're going to have to establish. But the concern is that the photographs, some of them are graphic in nature. The lacerations, the sutures, the bruising, facial wounds with bleeding may have such a impact such that the toothpaste cannot be placed back into the tube, assuming that overt act hurdle is not met. The court, again, takes no position on whether or not you're going to be able to meet it because I haven't heard the evidence and testimony. So court's going to exercise its discretion for those reasons. You can talk about it. You can talk about it that she was a victim. You can talk about specific some incidences may have happened, but I'm not going to allow the photographs at this point in time for those reasons, for your utilization of them opening statements. Any questions or clarifications with regards to the court's ruling? State.
No, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Are we prepared to bring in our jury at this time?
Got 2 other issues.
Oh, for fuck's
Wait
sake.
for an hour and 20
Finally.
minutes, Counselor.
Ooh,
We
that
intend
judge is really
to
borderline
play a
annoyed.
2-minute
That's borderline
suitcase
emotion.
video to the jury in opening statement.
State.
Again, I'm asking you to urge your discretion. They're going to hear it in the next 2 days of court. It's within your discretion whether we're going to start using exhibits during opening statement.
What's the other issue, sir?
I need to approach eventually.
Okay. With regard to the video, I'm not going to allow proposed exhibits to be used in opening statements. It's good for the goose is good for the gander. I'm not going to allow your photographs, I'm not going to allow the state to do anything. You can orally talk about what you believe the evidence and testimony is going to show, but the actual evidence is going to have to be presented here through witnesses or through demonstration and publication after that evidence is admitted. Y'all can approach.
While we approach, can somebody from their team start dismantling?
Yeah, start taking
Please,
down the
I would appreciate
stupid
it. Thank you.
things. All right, so this is interesting. We haven't even started yet, and lawyer calls for sidebar. Mark that off on your bingo card, people. Lawyer calls for sidebar. We got really, really, really close to the judge showing emotion there.
Which is really
Wow,
annoying
all right.
because
It looks like
it's not where he should be at right now. Like I said, that is not the hill that you need to die on. He's pissing the judge off before opening statements have even started.
I think he's just trying to delay it at this point. I think he just really doesn't want this thing to start, but we are at the point where it's gonna start whether he wants it to or not. Oh yes, that's right. I forgot to mention that he also interrupted the judge. Defense lawyer interrupts or ignores judge. He did it twice in the space of like a minute. So mark off defense interrupts or ignores judge on your bingo card. Sidebar for snacks. Yeah, we haven't even started the opening statements, and I've already cleaned my Sarah Boone snack plate. And I have ordered strawberry and blueberry Pop-Tarts that are expected to arrive on Tuesday. So we'll see if Pop-Tarts arrive. I was going to get the blueberry, but out of respect for the strawberry Pop-Tarts are default people, I got a box of those too.
I should probably check what I've still got in my USA Foods bag.
Any reason why we cannot bring in our jury at this time? State.
Ooh, that's a testy
Defense.
judge.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel.
Of course I do, Coltrane. Weirdly, we're getting a bunch of US cereals now too.
Well, could be worse. You could get our serial killers.
I'm more worried that they're starting to, like they're trying to train us so we're used to it when they start importing the high fructose corn syrup shit.
Yeah, it happens.
Good morning, y'all may be seated.
Sweet! Here we go, people! He's going to read them some stuff, and then it's going to be opening statements in day one of the Sarah Boone murder
State, do
trial.
you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yeah.
Can the parties approach for a moment?
And the judge calls for a sidebar right out of the gate. Judge calls for sidebar. Mark that up on your bingo card. De Floofy Camp member for 1 month says, the overlords are dancing, and as it is nearly Catterday, set the treats free. Thank you so much for being a support. It's been a month already. That was pretty dang quick. And Lisa Gordon with the 10 Australian dollars. Her hair reminds me of the scene from There's Something About Mary where Cameron Diaz's hair is gelled with, let's say, man juice. Thanks for that image. So much better when it's Cameron Diaz. Tina Lewis, Legal Vices, do a
Members of
poll
our
where
jury,
what's in the
good morning.
box.
I want to just confirm before we start this
tomorrow.
morning that you complied with the court's instructions last night to not have any conversations amongst yourselves.
Canonical
or
Heat
anyone
gifted
else
10
about
Legal
the
Vices memberships.
places,
Thank you
things,
so
or
much.
charge involved in this case. Then you have not conducted any independent investigation regarding those items. You just raise your hands to confer that you complied with the court's instructions. All right, the record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. Members of the jury, yesterday I told you that you may happen to see the lawyers in the courtroom or in the courthouse going about their affairs. And again, they're not trying to avoid you or speak to you because they're not allowed to. Did anyone happen to ride an elevator this morning with any of the attorneys, either for the state or for the defense? All right, juror in seat number 3 from my left, first row. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you. Can you all approach for a moment?
Wow, 2 sidebars.
And a juror in seat 4, left to right, first row. Yes, sir. Who did you ride the elevator with? Do you recall who specifically, sir? Mr. Owens. Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're going to go, all right, who talked to him, get their story straight. Did anybody say anything? Did anybody do anything? Did you realize it was them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And they're going to go, all right, no problem.
Yep, just a minor delay in play, people. We'll be right back at it probably in the next 5 minutes.
Oh, 4.5, nearly
Well, thank you
5
both
years
for
in
your
the
honesty.
making.
I appreciate that.
Here
Something
we
talked
go.
about earlier this week.
I'm getting
The
Stephen
one
King
thing
misery
that
vibes.
we required and asked of you is just be open and honest, and I appreciate both of y'all's open and honesty. During the ride in the elevator, was there anything that you saw or observed that it would impact
Hey,
you or
Sparky.
influenced you in any way? To have any impact on you? Juror number 3, left to right, first row. Juror number 4, left to right, first row. Okay, thank you. All right, with that, members of the jury, we're going to proceed with opening statements this morning. Both the state and the
2 to
defense
3
will have the
weeks,
opportunity
Quinn
to
Dwight.
present them. I
Supposed
ask
to
that
last
you
2 to 3
listen
weeks. Thank you so
closely
much
to
for your
those
support.
statements that they're going to provide. But remember, these are not evidence. This is just the
Saint
party's
Sarah,
belief as to what the
Samsonite
facts
snacks.
and the
Thank you
evidence
very
will show in this case. After the conclusion of the opening statements, we'll begin with the state's case in chief through witnesses. With that, Mr. J, you may proceed, sir.
Here we go, people. Boom. Let's get it on. Hit that like button.
Ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence in this case is
I'm talking to the fucking
You
microphone.
son of a bitch.
this defendant did Torres was able to do this because at the time of his death, he only weighed 103 pounds. And she did this with the malicious intent to punish him. And then she went up to sleep and left him to take his final breaths on this earth alone. How many breaths those were, we don't know. The evidence is going to show that it was at least for about 15 minutes.
All right, look, real quick, people here. In fairness, he's not here to talk to us. He's here to talk to the jury. The only thing that has to happen is the jury hears him and the court recorder hears him. But for fuck's sakes, man, talking to the microphone for us.
More to the point, is the court microphone not linked up to the court reporter, or is she just doing it raw?
George Torres is dead because in this defendant's judgment, he deserved it. Now, with conscious disregard for whether he lived or died, you will see, hear these videos. What I expect you will hear from a video that began at 11:12 p.m.
Jesus, thank
45
fuck.
seconds.
F-bomb. Mark that off your bingo card.
2020 in Orange County, Florida, is a suitcase on the ground, face down, with the zippers facing the floor. You will hear Sarah, the defendant will say, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "For everything you've done to me." Sarah, "Fuck you." And then the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Fuck you." And the defendant laughs. Sarah, "Stupid." Sarah, "That's my name. Don't wear it out." Sarah, "I can't fucking breathe, baby. Seriously." "Yeah, that's what you do when you choke me." Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. The defendant laughs again. Sarah, "I can't breathe, babe." She laughs again. "That's on you." Sarah, "I can't breathe." She laughs again. Unintelligible words. And I would submit the evidence is going to show, because of the intoxication from alcohol, is the next thing she says. Sarah, 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 "I can't breathe, baby." "That's what I feel like when you cheat on me." Sarah, "Fuck you." "I can't fucking breathe, Sarah." "You should probably shut the fuck up." Sarah, "Shh," is the last thing you will hear the defendant say to Mr. Torres as he is face down, zipped shut in a suitcase. That, again, began at 11:12:45 and lasts just over 2 minutes.
Mark off shh on the bingo card.
At 11:23 p.m., there's a second 22-second video, and it's the defendant zooming in on the suitcase. And all you hear during this 22 seconds, after he's been in this suitcase since at least 11:12 p.m., is one more time, Sarah. How did we get to this point where 103-pound George Torres.
Well, it was good while it lasted. Mark off F-bomb, mark off shh on the bingo card.
The defendant wakes up late morning, perhaps early afternoon, somewhere in this time range, several hours later. And she goes downstairs and she doesn't see George anywhere, Torres, and eventually realizes, oh my God.
Wow, this is pretty fucking riveting, isn't it? Saying little legs. It's even reading the closed captions does nothing to help this. Resuscitating him. There's hurricane. Oh, come on.
Do we still have permission to use Trial TV Live? They've got a completely different view and are actually catching audio.
Oh, yeah? Well, let's see.
Her ex-husband. They share a child in common. And this date, February 24th, 2020, is a Monday. A normal work day for most people. School day for their child that they share in common. But after they got divorced, the arrangement was every other weekend, they would co-parent. And that weekend included Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
All right, people, we are switching from stupid law and cuck. Get rid of them. We're going to be going on over to Trial TV Live. They have an awesome stream. Great guys. We have permission to use their thing here, so we're going to share their stream where we can actually hear it somehow. For hell's sakes. Is this them? Yeah, this is Trial TV Live.
Mr. Boone had been trying actually to contact the defendant several times that morning.
Well, not really.
Better than it was. Although it doesn't have captions.
Reliability issues on that issue on her part.
Oh, crap.
Well, never mind then. Back to law and crime. All right, we're back to the races here.
There had been a history of reliability issues on that issue on her part. You can see in the phone ring. Call. And she finally called him back. Said, being the nice co-parent that he is, comes over. It's a short drive. And then she's explaining to him what the heck is going on. He peeks in through the front door of her townhouse, which allows you a view all the way back. The right doorway, all the way through. And on the back side, the kitchen is right area. There's tables and stuff. There's also some blue legs sticking out in view. Brian Boone says, check, please. You need to call 911. He doesn't put sex.
So how was your day? Did you wind up murdering anybody?
Nope, just I'm going to though. I'm trying to.
So now, after having first called their husband, after having first waited for Brian Boone to come over, the defendant makes time.
He's walking back to the microphone.
What you will not hear are tears. You will not hear sorrow. You will hear a certain level of concern.
Damn it. Snipe recovery addict if you have to. At least he's got audio.
Playing last night. Put him in a suitcase and we were playing hide and seek kind of thing. I fell asleep. Found him dead in the suitcase this morning. I don't know what happened. He had blood coming out of his mouth. Don't know if it was an aneurysm. Pulled him out of the suitcase, tried to give him CPR. He was in the suitcase and I fell asleep. He's not awake, he's purple, he's not breathing. There's some instructions about how to do CPR given to her, asking about whether an AED is available to shock his heart. It's too late. He's cold, he's stiff, he's purple. We were playing hide and seek. We were playing hide and seek. This is horrible. This is horrific what happened. Like, what happened? We were playing hide and seek last night and I fell asleep. So she mentions that there was blood coming out of his mouth. And his body, like all bodies, his death, taken to the ninth division of the office, autopsy. What the doctor found was expect after being left in the suitcase, crumpled up in the fetal position. He passed from positional asphyxiation, meaning like you're not going to get full breaths when you're crumpled up like an accordion, and environmental suffocation. You don't have to have a plastic bag over your head, tape shut with a full roll of duct tape to seal it off 100%, be worthy of the vacuum of space to environmentally suffocate. It's close enough if you can't get the oxygen and the CO2 coming in and out of your
He's talking about positional asphyxiation, where due to the position you're in, you can't get oxygen into your lungs, and there's no external oxygen source available.
will help her explain confusions and bruises. She'll use words like hematomas. Will help her understand for you all that that means bleeding under the skin and blood. Like expect to bruise, that's why they're running through. But he had all this additional trauma. He had trauma on his fingers as well. So now,
Yeah, I'm sure someone's going to point this out to him at a break, talking to the damn microphones.
the defendant interacts with the first patrol officer. You will see and hear that body worn camera. It's more of the same as what we heard on the 911 call. I see. It was good. I fell asleep. What happened? A few hours later, the detectives from the homicide unit at the Orange County Sheriff's Office approach her and are ready to interview her after doing some initial things, which includes grabbing her cell phone off of a counter that was found by the suitcase by Mr. Flores, giving it to one of their digital forensic examiners, who we'll hear from later in the trial. But it's time to give a first interview with the defendant. So they do a first interview with the defendant in one of their unmarked detective patrol cars there on the scene. And the basics of this remain the same, but there's a little more elaboration, as you would expect from trained detectives versus getting the 911 call taken. But the basics of what the defendant tells them is we had wine, we painted, we drew, we did puzzles. The particular wine we had was a Chardonnay from the Woodbridge winery. The bottles, plural, are in the trash. We started about 4 p.m. after Mr. Torres went to the store. Puzzles, art, listening to music, enjoying each other's company. We were just literally just enjoying one another's company. The other bottle of wine that was left over from Boer wasn't even half full. So the description she is saying is one bottle of wine and plus a fraction of a bottle of wine left over from the night before. Ladies and gentlemen, not all bottles of wine are made the same. Many of us may envision what you would expect at a restaurant. Those are 750s, 750 milliliters of that. Bottles of wine that were recovered from the defendant's trash can were 1.5 liters, so the equivalent of 2 standard bottles of wine. A 1.5 liter bottle of wine is 50 ounces. Given that a standard serving of wine is 5 ounces, you can begin to do the math. And there's receipts. The day before, Saturday, February 22nd, 2020, there is a receipt from Publix for a bottle of Woodbridge wine for $9.74. And then Sunday at 12:17 p.m., there is another receipt for $9.74 for a Woodbridge Chardonnay bottle of wine. And then at about 5:30 in the afternoon on February 23rd, again, there is another receipt for the same bottle of wine for the same price.
Mark off wine on the
Those
card.
2 bottles of wine were recovered. They're going to be produced to you in evidence, and you will see that they are, in fact, Magnum bottles of wine.
That's 1.75 liters.
That's the
It's half a
context
gallon.
that we're dealing with when we hear things like, we only had 1 bottle of wine, and we finished what was left in the bottle of wine from before. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's 2 1.5 liters that apparently were consumed by a 103-pound man and the defendant, who is in the same weight class.
That's a gallon of whiskey for you
Plus,
people in
if
the
you
in the
believe
imperial
that
world.
the defendant and the decedent would leave leftover wine from any given day, any additional wine that was remaining from the 1.5 liters from Saturday. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a lot of wine. So in that context, we were just having wine, enjoying each other's company. At one point, we play hide and seek. She says she didn't zip it up all the way. There was enough room, in her words again, there was enough room for his little fingers to get out. We were still having a good time and whatever. And basically, you know, Mr. Torres is stressing out about jobs, his ex-wife, about money. And so they're just doing puzzles and doing things to keep his mind off of it. Doing art, playing with the dogs, dancing with the dogs, playing hide and seek. We were always trying to outdo each other where we could find each other the best. When they started playing hide and seek, she went up to the shower and then got tired of hanging out in the shower and came down, and that's when she found him playing around in the suitcase. We both thought it was funny. I'm going to zip you up. 2 little fingers could stick out. And she went upstairs thinking, he'll get out, we're going to have sex and go to sleep and call it a day. It was a good day. She insists that they had wine, but we're not drunk. You will be able to assess that for yourselves when you hear the recording she made. No ill will between us last night. Last argument, maybe last week. Don't really argue. We came home, drink, smoke, did art, listen to music, play with the dogs. We drink what we can afford. We used to be able to afford liquor, but now we can only afford wine. And that's how that day ends with the police. She goes and sleeps and stays at her ex-husband's house the night of February 24th. What they are doing, and by they I mean Orange County Sheriff's Office, in part, that's when they discovered the 2 videos that I just described for you. And there's other things in the phone, which I will discuss with you in a little bit. But she's summoned in for another interview, and she sits down and gives another interview on February 25th, now Tuesday. She does describe past instances of violence. You're going to hear about that. She's going to say, Mr. Torres had hit her with a curtain rod about a month ago. Since then, though, like, we've been good. I've been good. She describes that he comes at her all the time. He comes at me. So it's either I flee or I try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually what it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian, her husband, about any of that, but most of the time I flee and I go over there. There's a discussion about why she stays with him, and you'll hear that for yourself. She will say that she doesn't really want to drink. She just takes an occasional drink. She drinks to placate him, Mr. Torres. She says that you're going to see phone videos of Mr. Torres smashing her TV in the past, like a month earlier. You may see that too. But she doesn't get drunk. When she drinks, she likes being non-compos mentis, her words, not mine, having her wits about herself. Then she gets to the hide and seek again and describes that they've played it 3 times before,
Oh dear.
but had never zipped one another shut in it before. And they were really just running out of places to hide because it's just a townhome. She does not remember, according to her, she does not remember taking any photos or videos of the night's events. At this point, they ask her, well, would you like to see it? And she says, I can't watch this. I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was. Guys, this is killing me right now. That's why I flipped it over between the 2 videos. I didn't do anything intentional. Discussion over whether he had enough room to get any of his fingers out from the zipper. My intention was not to leave him there. We both got in there. Both of us were in there. When she went upstairs, my plan was not to, quote, he'll be up here any minute. My plan wasn't to leave him in the suitcase. Why is all this going on? It's the drinking. That's what it is. It's the drinking. I thought he was okay. Guys, that's how we were with each other. Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before, though she described it happening before. I'll never drink alcohol again. She insists that she has no injuries on her, and you don't have to take her word for it because they took photographs of her and there were no injuries on her. She insists.
Mark,
over
not
and over
intentional off
that
your
there was
bingo
no
card. Not
violence that day.
intentional.
It's like, okay, we're in a good place right now. Ask her about saying fuck you to Mr. Torres. Well, that's just being playful and having a good day. Everybody's having a good day. I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. Her words. What else is found on her phone? There's a conversation between Mr. Torres's brother, and again, nobody knows who's using these phones at the time text messages are sent in these records that you're going to see. But it's indicated that there's a communication between one of the decedent's brothers and the owner of the phone that was taken that belongs to Miss Boone. The text from the brother is, yo, my daughter told me what you did, Sarah. I don't want you around any of my daughters or nieces, nephews. And that's Christmas 2019, just under 2 months before this event. She replies, or the person using her device at this time, ugh, your quote unquote dad hit me in the face. The next text is, hide and seek, I shall. January 13th, there's another heated discussion. She describes it on January 13th in a text to Mo, the brother again. It's a Torres thing. Boo. Sends a picture. Keep the fugly creep out too. It's still fugly. Lose. The brother responds, please do something with yourself, Sarah. God bless you.
Wow.
The defendant's response, and bless you and all of you too. I'll get, in all capitals, rid of him. Then it'll be, in all capitals, better.
Oh, that's not a good thing to say in text.
Torres, referring to Mr. Torres, getting rid of.
That's a really bad thing to say about the victim. Wow. I thought that was just a rumor. All right, he's doing this. So what we're going to do is we're going to go over to Orlando. We're going to go over to Fox 35 in Orlando, which has everything very well sorted out.
The first night the defendant met the decedent, Mr. Torres. He smashes her phone, punches her. It's the first time in her life she'd ever been punched. I expect the testimony to be. And he made her curl up in a fetal position on her own porch for 4 hours, and she was only able to escape this situation when he fell asleep. I expect that you're going to hear that Mr. Torres is an alcoholic. I expect you may hear his high score on his blood alcohol level was a 342 once when he got treated at the hospital. This is a man who had serious alcohol problems, and I expect you're going to hear about that. Despite that first date, and this is going to tie into some other things that I expect could possibly come in. Despite that first date, despite at that point in time of this first date not having a relationship, emotional ties, and the things that come along with a relationship that make it harder to break off a relationship, it's one thing to have a bad first date. It's another thing to end a 25-year marriage. Despite that first date, there's a second and a third. Now, these dates are at bars, and there's nothing wrong with that. And it just typically ends up, she's going to tell you, I suspect, or you're going to hear that she said, one way or another. It's one thing or the other. Like, I ask a dude for a cigarette, he flips out, and I'm going to pay the price. Just things like that. You're going to hear and potentially see, yes, there were injuries that the defendant is going to attribute to the victim.
Unfortunately, there's no closed captions available here.
Black eyes, cuts in the face.
That's the trade-off.
Incident that was mentioned in the police interview happened about a month before. Bloody ear, a stab wound in the leg, which is perhaps described as sword fighting and playing around in medical evidence. But nonetheless, I suspect you're going to hear and see a lot about their past history. And at the end, if this occurs, if this comes in, the state is going to have the opportunity to take lead of the tour in this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past history. And I'm not going to go into that now. If this all comes to fruit, the blooms on the tree during the trial, we'll discuss it at the end where it's more appropriate. But I'm asking you to not rush to judgment until you hear all of the evidence in the case. And then apply whether or not these past instances have anything to do with what happened on February 23rd. Now, like a home inspector, there are experts to come in and kind of help walk everybody through this room labeled the defendant and the victim's past relationship. I suspect there's a chance you may hear from some experts, psychologists and psychiatrists, about battered spouse syndrome. The state is not challenging in any way that battered spouse syndrome exists. It's well recognized. The experts will tell you all about it. Not disputing that at all. But there's some things that we would hope that you pay attention to during all the testimony, if there is any, about this subject matter. One is that it's not actually a recognized diagnosis in the Bible that they use in mental health called DSM-5. Diagnostic Statistical Manual, version 5, and I think it's text revision or something like that. What it is, and what they describe it as, is kind of a component of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. But because it's not actually in the book, it's like a recipe book. It's like our statute books for lawyers. You go into this book and say you have a particular disorder or diagnosis. It'll say, well, all of us agree that it means these three elements, like elements of crime, Some of these elements have to be prevalent for a certain amount of time, so on and so forth. You imagine it's a cookbook. Gives you the recipe for a diagnosis. But because it's not in the cookbook, you may get some disagreement about what it means between experts. Because it's kind of like grandma's recipe handed down from generation to generation without being right. But what I expect you'll hear is, it's important for people who don't have experience in certain abusive relationships that are violent to understand the control that can be exerted over an intimate partner by the other one, isolation, psychological violence, emotional violence, physical violence, sexual violence, which I suspect will be described for you as well by the defendant, perpetrated on her by the decedent. You will hear about all this. And what it ties into at the end of the day, after we talked about this during jury selection, is if there is a self-defense instruction read to you, this is to help you understand what an objective and reasonable person in the circumstances would do. Because years ago, we've gotten better as a society, but years ago when this was first being researched, the question would be, well, why don't you leave? And battered spouse syndrome, and the testimony from these experts help explain those things to people. Well, it's not that easy. You got to look at what's going on in the relationship, the isolation, control, so on and so forth. And that explains why you wouldn't leave. Well, now, but turning to the facts of our case, what you're going to decide the facts are is ordinary, objective, reasonable person in those circumstances taking those actions if you get a self-defense instruction part of that. That's what it's used for. It's not used for explaining the subjective beliefs that one holds. What you will also hear about these things is, just like any other doctor or any expert, like a home inspector. If a home inspector's report was based solely on the person who's trying to sell the house, what they say about the house, great shape. I rewired the entire thing. Brand new JDC pipes. This sucker's good to go. I'm great with this, isn't that? You're not going to take that home inspector's report unless they lift the hood, kick the tires, do all the things that the box on here, the Carfax does. You want an expert to get reliable information. An expert's opinion is only as good as the information that he or she relies on. They will say, yeah, you gotta take into account the credibility of the person who's giving you the story. Even if it's the patient or the client that is saying all these things have been confirmed. You gotta find proper information. You gotta check reliability. Particularly in circumstances that we're discussing.
What are you doing, dude? Dude, you're boomering it. Dude.
Some people
The hell was that?
go home and fight like cats and dogs. And that's just their day, and they get over it. They live their life to fight another day. Their cycle just spins like that. So just because you hear about those things, what the experts will tell you, it doesn't mean that it necessarily applies. If this testimony comes in, I expect that Dr. Harper will say that it applies to this group. But we'll talk to her about what she relied upon to make that conclusion. We'll talk to her about some other things and take that journey together. But at the end of the day, after you hear all of the evidence in this case, particularly straight from the horse's mouth to the video, where you don't have to rely upon the credibility of anything other than your own two eyes and your own two ears, the state admits that you're going to return a guilty verdict for second-degree murder. What the evidence is going to show is that the defendant killed Mr. Torres because she decided he deserved it. Not because the evidence will show an objective, reasonable person in her circumstances needed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. Any opening remarks by the defense?
Judge, can we invoke the rule? It has been.
I've already advised the witnesses.
Okay, the rule of sequestration will be invoked. Thank you.
Okay, and the rule of sequestration is anybody who are witnesses cannot be inside the courtroom unless they're testifying.
You may proceed, sir.
With certain few small exceptions. Oh, Jesus Christ, he's doing the same thing.
Here, I was introduced before. My name is James Owens, and I represent Sarah Boone, along with Tony Henderson and Kevin Beck. Now, this is going to be a several-day trial. Obviously, today, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're not sure, but trying to make arrangements for witnesses to fly in, expert witnesses and whatnot, and we'll know more probably within the day, maybe Monday, so you can plan. But I know your focus is on this case because you took an oath to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no higher call than to write a will. No higher call than to write a will. And we're going to ask you again to write this will. And find Sarah Boone not guilty because she was justified in the force that she used.
Oh, there he's saying she was justified in doing it. I heard that.
This was reasonable under the circumstances that existed between Sarah Boone and George Torres. Sarah Boone and George Torres were down and out, as you can be. Their life centered around alcohol. Both of them suffered from, used to be called alcoholism, now it's called alcohol abuse syndrome. And so day to day, they struggled with the use of alcohol. You can imagine that. It affected their jobs.
I can imagine it.
It affected keeping employment. It affected even getting a job. As codependent as you can be towards each other. And you're going to learn with all that was domestic violence. And that George Torres physically abused Sarah Boone. And she suffered from the effects, the psychological effects that one suffers from repeat violence from an intimate partner. They were together over 3 years.
Oh,
And
mark
there were
hide and seek
several
off. I got
prior
bingo.
incidences
Hide and seek, mark it off.
of violence. We've got the photographs. There were incidences where police were called who took photographs. So you're going to be able to see the evidence. And we believe the court will instruct you at the end when you're considering self-defense, which we call justifiable use of non-deadly force or justifiable use of deadly force, that you can consider the prior acts, the history.
The court
of
lady looks
violence,
like
the prior
the chick
parties
from The
had.
Office.
In considering
The one that was in love
her
with
set of
Dwight.
circumstances that she was faced with in making the decision to use reasonable
say it.
force under the circumstances. And the most important thing I can tell you here today is keep an open mind. There's two sides to every story. You're going to hear the state's side.
That's defense
They're
lawyers
attempting
speak for
to
I got
favor a
shit.
certain way, as they've done here today in opening statement. And then you're going to hear another side. And you're going to have to weigh that. All the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, the photographs, the videotapes, and come to a conclusion. Now let's talk about this day, February 23rd of 2020, the date of this event. This case has been pending for some time. Here we are, October of 2024. I think the evidence is going to show that they had purchased some wine the day before, but they hadn't finished all of that. So it was in the refrigerator. Many times that's how they start their day. At some point, you're going to see a video from Publix, from where they live. I believe it's Winter Park. But Publix was not too far from their apartment complex. And they took their car, they drove over there. So you're going to see a videotape from Publix of them both going in the store about noon, and they come out with one of those larger bottles of the wine. And then, of course, there's a receipt, and the bottles are in the garbage can. Of course, there obviously is an attraction between the two. And as everybody knows, couples can have great times where things click, everybody gets along, and then we can have episodes of disagreement. And how are those resolved? Really, is what this is about. How are disagreements resolved? But George was very jealous of Sarah. And you're going to hear the testimony about that. And that he cannot, in certain situations, he can be very charming. But when his level of intoxication gets to a certain level, is when he gets sad, moody, and a lot of times eventually it involved forcible sex with Sarah Boone.
Oh, he better be able to
or
back
actual
that shit
physical
up.
violence against her. They bought the wine. It's a simple life. They don't have much money, but they both like art. They did that for a while. They both
Mark
like
off Sarah
puzzles.
is
They
the
did that for a
victim on the
while.
bingo card.
Well, about 5 or so, the wine bottle was gone. And George had said, I want to go get some cigarettes. So there's a convenience store right close by their apartment complex. And Sarah thought he was just going to walk over there and get cigarettes and come back. But no, what he did was he got her keys, he got her debit card, and he went over to the Publix and he got another bottle. And I think that was about 5:30, something like that. And again, there'll be the Publix video showing him going in, going out, and there'll be a receipt for the purchase of that bottle, and then there'll be that bottle will be in the garbage can along with the other bottle. Well, when he comes in with the second bottle, Sarah knows this is not good. She knows this means he's going to get to another level of intoxication. So Sarah's concerned. So she attempts to placate him, keep him busy, keep him in a good mood. They drink that bottle, or she drinks as well. And at some point, they're intoxicated at a high level. As some people do when they're drunk, they get silly. And they decide to play a game of hide and seek. She goes upstairs, their bedroom's upstairs, to the shower and waits for a period of time. And he doesn't come to her. At some point, she gets cold, she gets tired. She wants to go see, well, maybe we got it mixed up. Where is he? So she goes downstairs, and they had gotten a suitcase down a week or so ago. It's an old suitcase that they were going to donate to Helping Hands or Goodwill or somebody, and they were putting some items in there. And it's a broken down suitcase. It's a large suitcase. They both weigh about 100 pounds. And don't eat good.
Sarah weighed 140 pounds according to the
Malnourished
arrest
to a large degree.
documents.
But the pull handle is broken off. And they've attached a little paper clip that's got the rubber around it, and that's how they move it back and forth. Well, she comes down the steps, she sees him getting in and settling in the suitcase. So she walks over there, and they see each other, they smile and laugh, and she zips him up. And she zips him up, and they laugh for a while. And they carry on. She sits on the couch. And at some point, he says, I can't breathe. Now, his face is facing the zipper, and she's got 2 or 3 inches that she's opened it. And she doesn't know. They're intoxicated. She doesn't know whether he's just saying that to try to get her to get him out or what. But he's a captive audience. Physically, they're the same size, but he's much stronger than her. If they got in a fist fight, he would win 100 times out of 100. But she's got him now. He claims he can't get out.
Press
He
X
has
to doubt.
sit and listen. It's a unique form of physical restraint. And so she lets him have it. Says things she shouldn't say. You'll see the video. It's about 2 minutes long. She videotapes it. She sits on the couch and turns her phone on and videotapes it for about 2 minutes. There's another video that's approximately 11 minutes later. The first video, George's, the suitcase is flipped upside down. The zippers are off. 11 minutes later, Sarah has flipped it right side up. Again, open for him to get out. And it's only 22 seconds. And you hear George say, Sarah. And that's it. Now, the key to the case is that 11 minutes. And what happened during that 11 minutes. Okay? That is the key to this case. Sarah Boone will take the stand. She will explain what happened. She will explain why it happened. The evidence will show that she was justified in the action she took to prevent an attack from George Torres, which the law acknowledges that every one of us has a right to invoke, the right of self-defense. You can hear from the medical examiner. She is going to tell you about some bruising on George Torres. Of course, he was in the suitcase a while, deceased, we believe. And that changes things a little bit, as the medical examiner will explain, but there's some bruising. Sarah's going to explain that to you, why that happened, what were the circumstances surrounding that, involving the bat. Her son comes and stays with him from time to time. He has his own room. He has several of his things there, and there's a bat downstairs. The same bat that George Torres used, and there's a video where George is
Mark off bat on the baseball bat on the bingo card.
and he's swinging the bat at the TV about as hard as he can. And he does it about 6 or 7 times. You'll see it. Sarah's recording it. And it's during an argument. And he's trying to intimidate. Sarah loves you.
Well, that's obvious.
You're going to hear why women don't leave. Why women don't leave. And you're going to hear about Sarah Boone and her struggles, her mental health struggles. Sarah had no intent to kill. Prosecutor mentioned she wanted him to die. Farthest from the truth. She loved the man. She hated the abuse. She couldn't leave him. She tried. She tried kicking him out 6 or 7 times. He kept coming back. She changed the locks. He kept coming back. She didn't have the family. She didn't have the support. She was weak, vulnerable. You're going to hear it all. You've got to take that all into account to try to understand what happened and the circumstances surrounding this tumultuous relationship. Now, you're going to find that Sarah's not perfect. And, you know, she goes, as many of us do when we drink too much, you know, you sleep in. She slept in. 11, 12, 1, somewhere around there. She moseys downstairs looking for George.
I moseyed to the
Thought he
bathroom.
was on the computer looking for a job. She looked outside. Maybe he's out smoking a cigarette. And she sees the suitcase. She unzips it. She gets him out. He's purple. She tries her best to do some CPR. She freaks out. The only family she's got is her ex-husband. Really. She relies
Your
on
ex-husband ain't family, bro.
As the prosecutor said, a lot of times she'll flee to her ex-husband's house. And where her son is at. Lucas. It's the only thing she knows to do. She was kind of a sheltered daughter when she was younger. She's smart, but she's not worldly. She calls Brian. What do I do? He said, I'm coming over. Please come over. He's about 5 minutes away. And she calls him again within a couple of minutes. Yeah, I'm on the way. He gets there. He walks in the foyer and sees his legs. And she called 911. She calls 911 within a minute or two. Detective Rodriguez arrives. You know, they got the body cam now, so it's recorded. So you're going to hear Sarah talking. But Sarah's freaking out. Sarah's thinking, and I'm somehow responsible.
Yeah.
Eventually, she gives a statement to law enforcement. She gives one to Detective or Deputy Rodriguez. Of course, she's not the homicide investigator.
Sorry, I just lost both of my monitors, but they're back now.
You know, they know what to do. They try to assess the situation. They start putting the tape out, and then they call for the homicide investigators to come. which takes a little time. So she gets a statement from Sarah. Eventually, the homicide detectives get a statement from Sarah and one of the unmarked squad cars, and it's recorded. You may hear that. And then the next day, they take Sarah's phone. Sarah gives them the phone, signs the consent to take the phone, take it to, they have a phone extraction people at the sheriff's department where they can take it and take out all the data, all your phone calls, text messages, photographs, videos, all that. And they find these two videos. Sarah's not aware, she doesn't remember making the video. You can imagine. She gives them the phone. Of course, she makes no attempts to do anything other than, here's the phone. So they tell her, you're going to get your phone back tomorrow. We'll bring it back to you tomorrow. Well, they end up having a conversation with the female detective, homicide detective, Hobson is her name, Chelsea Hobson. And they end up, Deputy Hobson was pregnant, or Detective Hobson was pregnant. So they end up, hey, we're not going to bring your phone. I'm not feeling good. Pregnant. Can you come to the sheriff's department? Which Sarah Boone was telling you that was what I was going. That's what they told me I was going to the sheriff's department for. Well, instead it was an interrogation. And they were going to arrest her. They made their mind up already. And they were going to confront her and try to get her to confess based on the two videos. And so there's approximately a 2-hour interrogation that was on the 25th in the afternoon. When she got there to get her phone, they said, well, we got to come up here. We need to talk to you. And they got her in the room. It's a small room.
And 2 hours is really short for a murder
It goes on for
interrogation.
about 2 hours of them.
He's trying to make it sound like super
She
long.
gave them everything they needed. So.
Yeah, there was no reason for it to go more than that.
But Sarah lies. She's scared. She can tell they're trying to pin her on this, that this was some kind of intentional act, and it was not.
Oh, no. Intention has nothing to do with second-degree murder, pal.
So she lies. She's not a lawyer. She doesn't know about self-defense. She doesn't understand. She
understood the right to remain silent,
She
but she
doesn't
didn't do it.
understand that she's justified in using the force that she
I had the right, but not the capacity.
Use the force.
She doesn't. I wasn't there to advise her. No lawyer was there. So she lied. And you're going to hear that. So you're going to have to balance that versus her taking the stand and testifying for you. And we simply ask that you look for the evidence of cooperation of her testimony. It's going to be later, probably next week.
She excels at everything she does, including being stupid.
The judges will tell you in written instruction on evaluating a witness's credibility. And they'll talk about corroborative evidence, other evidence that's consistent with the testimony that Sarah Boone will give you. So you're going to have to weigh that in her testimony. Now, self-defense, we talked about it in jury selection, usually a gun, some deadly weapon. The suitcase in this case was a physical restraint or a blocking of an attack, but it was unconventional. Self-defense, nonetheless. Now, as I said, the struggles that occurred, many of them involved the police. So you're going to actually hear from some of the police officers. Maybe some body cam footage. You're going to see some photographs that they took of the injuries to Sarah Boone. And some of the videos you may see of her in a very happy, joyful type of thing. Well, number one, she's intoxicated. Number two, she's safe. The police are there. So her attitude is not one of distrust.
Dude, don't ever do that again, please. That was weird.
okay? It's full, packed courtroom. Judge Grant's here, but you're the most important people. Because you've got to decide this case honestly, fairly, and according to the law. And we talked about the two biggest principles from the Constitution that apply. In this case, and in every case in which a citizen like Sarah Boone is brought into a courtroom and accused of a crime.
Angela's not buying
The
it.
first is, you as a juror must presume or believe that Sarah is innocent. And that belief stays with you throughout the entire trial. Because of that, she doesn't have to prove anything. That's why the state went first in jury selection. That's why the state went first today. That's why the state will go first putting on their case. They have the burden of proof, and it's the highest burden we recognize in any type of litigation in this country. Proof beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. You are going to have doubts about this case. But the most important thing is not to rush to judgment, to keep an open mind. And
Again.
understand there's two sides.
Again with the I ain't got nothing to
There's their
offer.
side and there's our side. So you can't.
Quick tip, chat. If you're ever on jury duty and you hear a defense lawyer say this,
That's hard to do.
you know we're how to convict.
As Mr. Henderson said in opening or in jury selection. That's extremely hard to do. Now you're going to hear some testimony. There's been mention of experts. Battered women's experiences affect her perception of imminent danger. Battered women's experiences
Are you serious right now?
affect her perception of imminent danger. Victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not. After hearing both sides of this case, we're confident you're going to have a reasonable doubt. And we're going to ask you to follow the law and do justice in this case. And find Sarah Boone not guilty. Because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The party's break for a moment.
All right. Well, we'll see if they're going to take a break or go straight into the witness
We've been
testimony.
listening to opening arguments in
No,
the suitcase.
we don't care about you.
murder.
Sorry. If they go to a break, we'll talk. If they go live, we'll pause it for a short bit of time. Let's in small and him. We don't really care. Right. So let's clear off the super chats here. We'll talk about them, and then we'll get to the meat and bones of the issues. We'll take them in reverse order here. As soon as his hand came out, says Giselle Sinclair, I thought he'd kill me, Sarah. No, that's legitimately what the defense. I wish that was funny, but that's legitimately what the defense is saying. It was justified. The overt act was him putting his fingers out. So, you know, he knew that if she got out of the suitcase, it would be over. So she went upstairs and went to sleep. Makes zero sense, but that's literally what they're arguing. And Canonical Heat with the $10 says bingo. Tanny Simmons with the $5. Hide and seek, but there's no seeking involved. Lol. Sarah is 2 weight classes up on George. Unfair fight. Well, see, this you keep saying they're in the same weight class. No, she was 5'3", 140 pounds. He's 5'2" and 103 pounds. So there's 40 pounds difference. That's like 18 kilograms difference. She's got him by like 18 kilograms. And
not a fair fight.
No. Big Al. So what the defense is going to try to do that the judge has already said you can't. We'll talk about that in just a quick second. It seems like they're talking again. We'll talk about your answer in a second here.
She has to. Great success.
All right, it looks like they're going to call their first witness. So we'll pause this here for just a quick minute and talk about some of these things, and then we'll get back. Just give us 2 or 3 minutes. While we're doing this, make sure you hit the like and subscribe button, and make sure you open up a separate window and subscribe to Aussie Overlord, who is sacrificing himself at 2:30 a.m. to be the non-U.S. lawyer in this. He's a lawyer from Australia, but we'll get to his grift here in just a quick second. Jennifer with the £5 says, "I've gone off the judge. Make them use the mic, man." Well, we finally found that the Fox Local 35 there has boosted their mic by 1 billion, so we can hear some of what was being said. Nicola Maxwell, all the way from Scotland, with a £3.69. That's a weirdly specific number. Thanks for the best audio hunting. Stress group hug. Thank you, Nicola. I appreciate that. Canonical Heat said, "Recovery addicts," echoing Aussie Overlord. Well, we don't care because we're not. Woohoo, us. Thank you so much, Canonical Heat. Toodly Pip, member for 19 months. That's damn near 2 years. Woohoo! Surely the media will complain about volume if covering trial. It seems like, the media has taken matters into their own hands and boosted the audio. I didn't see Jeff's size on the bingo card. Oh, wait, that's on Megan's card. Never mind. Love you, Jeff and chat. Y'all are the best chat ever. Yeah, this is sigh-worthy. Okay, so were there wireless mic requests get denied? I thought they were going to have wireless mics. Clearly, we were all wrong. What wine did they have, though? It was a Chardonnay. They had basically a gallon. They had, I guess it'd be 3.5 liters of Chardonnay. Scarlett Sullivan. So, how do we think he's doing? We'll side table that here for just one quick second. I thought they couldn't bring in the battered spouse syndrome, and so what the defense is going to try to do that judge has already said they can't do. What he said is you can mention it during opening statements. You can mention it, but you're not allowed to present evidence until you're not allowed to present the battered spouse syndrome until you have introduced evidence of the overt act that justified her battered spouse syndrome or self-defense action of basically murdering him. So once you show us what the overt act, what was it that put her in imminent fear of immediate bodily harm or death? What was it he did that put her in that fear of immediate bodily harm or death that would justify a battered spouse syndrome or self-defense? Once you do that, then you can bring in all the experts to testify to it, etc. So what that means is they can bring it up in the opening statements, but before they can put on the expert testimony, before they can actually assert evidentiary, that's what happened. They're going to have to put Sarah Boone on the stand. She is going to have to be the defense's first witness. She's got to testify to all this stuff so that later the expert can come in and say whatever it was she was paid to say, which I think is a fascinating situation that the defense finds themselves in. She doesn't have to testify, but she has to testify. All right, so how do you think from what we could hear, the little part we heard, Aussie Overlord, Hayden, how do you think the arguments went for the prosecution, the opening statements?
There was next to nothing that I could really gain from the prosecutor's opening statement. I mean, I get where they're going with it. They're going to be, he tried to get ahead of the battered wife stuff and bring it up and mention that there were various bits and pieces that the defense were going to try and prove and that it didn't really apply in this instance and that they'd be providing basically rebuttal to that. I wasn't terribly impressed. I think it probably could have been cut down significantly, much like me talking because I'm aware that people want to get back to the trial.
What would he grade him? Give him a letter grade from what you heard.
From what I heard at the moment, he's probably sitting around a B- to a C+ average.
You're a much harsher grader than I am. I'd give him a B+, A-. He ticked off all the boxes.
But just because you tick off all the boxes doesn't mean you exceeded my expectations. In order to get an A, you still need to be you still need to have that flair. You still need to be engaging. You still need to have the showmanship for it. So that's why I'm a harsher grader in that regard.
Yeah, that's why I gave him the A-. He didn't have the showmanship. It wasn't a spectacular opening, but he marched you through the elements of the crime. He got ahead of the battered spouse stuff, like we said. I think he ticked off all the boxes, and he did it methodically. He did it well. He provided the roadmap that I like to see prosecutors provide. Here's what we're going to show. The evidence we present is going to show this, 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 and this, and it will rebut the evidence that the defense may or may not put on that says this, this, and this. So,
I think the defining thing for me was he read out the transcript of the video rather than just playing it, because that to me would have been far more impactful.
Yes. All right. Okay. I'll give him a B+ then. You've convinced me to drop him half a grade.
There you go.
Defense.
Horrible. I can already see what the argument that they're going to try and make is, in that because she had battered wife syndrome, and I mean the sexual assault allegations, that's new. That's I mean, I was pretty sure that I called it last night that she was going to be changing her story to, because the court was making such a big thing about no overt act, and the fact that he was harping on and just continually going on about because of battered wife syndrome, something that someone may not see as a overt act for the purposes of that could be within her mind, and I just no. Honestly, I see where they're going, and I don't think it was impactful.
Yeah, they weren't allowed the pictures or the video, but still, it would have been more powerful. And they're going to have to go over. They're going to have to show the video again, and it's going to be a bit repetitive. But so letter grade for the defense.
Given that he's present and can spell his name properly, I'm going to go with a D.
I would give him a D as well. He rambled on too long. It was disjointed. I know he's got fuck all to work with. He said the magic words twice. Don't rush to judgment. Keep an open mind. That is literally code word for we've got shit to offer for a defense. But please just understand us. So he knows he's doomed. He's doing the best he can, and that's not great because he's got F all to work with. So I would give him.
You can make the argument that he's making the best that he's got to work with, but at the same time, I mean, we know the adage: if you have the law, pound the law. If you have the facts, pound the facts. If you have neither, pound the table. He didn't do either. He didn't do any of them.
Yep. No, I'm giving you the same grade. I'm giving you the D, and he's doing he's doing the best he can with what he's got to work with what he has, but he's not presenting it in the best way. So
exactly. I feel like, because people are saying he had 45 days to prepare, whatever. I still think I would have expected a better showing from him, frankly.
All right, so let's jump right back into the testimony. We'll watch this at 1.25 speed to catch up. We are a few minutes behind now because we gave our little breakdown here. So let's get on with it. How far behind are we? We're like, we're only like a minute and a half behind, I guess. No, we didn't. We paused. So we are 8 minutes behind, but we can do this. Magic. All right, who is this guy? He looks like one of the Torres people, perhaps. I don't know.
Sir, good morning. You could be seated. And once seated, if you would state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Juan Torres, Juantorre.
Thank you, sir. You may inquire, Mr. Cacciatore.
Good morning, sir. Can you tell us how it is that you know George Torres?
He's my older brother.
And how many siblings do you have?
Six.
And how long has your family resided here in the Central Florida area?
20 plus years.
And before residing in the Central Florida area, were you guys in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania?
Yes, sir. In Massachusetts.
Your brother, how often, your brother George, that is, how often would you talk with him?
Often we talk.
Jeff.
I'd say on a weekly.
Make it bigger.
And
sorry,
how
I was
far
typing
away
the
did you
banner.
live
Apologies.
from George?
About 5-10 minutes. Very close.
Would you see him pretty often?
I would try not to go over there too much.
Who was George living with at the time that he passed away?
Sarah.
And without getting into many details, what was your relationship like with Sarah?
We didn't really have a relationship.
Would it be fair to say you didn't get along with her?
Yes.
back on February 23rd, 2020, did you have an occasion to talk to your brother on that day?
Yes, sir.
And when you spoke with your brother on that day, did you FaceTime with him or did you speak with him over the phone?
We talked on the phone.
Was that phone to your ear or was that phone?
It was on speaker.
And who was present?
My wife and my 2 kids.
And without telling us anything that George may have said to you, can you tell us what the topic of that conversation was?
We were just talking like we normally did. He just calling me to check on me, basically.
Now, in the background of that conversation on the evening of February 23rd, 2020, what did you hear?
Sarah's in the background yelling.
You recognized her voice?
Yes, sir.
What was she yelling about?
Something about choking or how he choked her. I really don't. That was it.
About how long was this conversation that you had?
Maybe 10 minutes, I think it was.
How did the conversation end?
Because she was yelling in the background, so that was it.
Did she sound upset?
She sounded upset.
Did you talk to your brother after that conversation?
No, that was the last conversation I had.
Have you ever spoken to Sarah since that conversation?
No.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Don't do it. Let it go. Oh dear.
No, he's gone.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
In the beginning, when you started, it was hard for me to hear, but I know you were talking about other siblings, other family members that you had here. Could you repeat that for me, please?
Here in Orlando, I have 1 sister and 3 brothers.
Sister and 3 brothers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did your brother George Torres, did he ever stay with you at any time?
No.
Would he ever live with you or any of, I mean, not you, but any of your other siblings?
No.
All right, sir, let's go back to this phone call that you were talking about that was on February 23rd of 2020. And that phone call was approximately 7:30. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who called who?
He called me.
And then y'all were talking. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when he called you, did you notice anything about his speech or his voice?
No, he was fine.
Sounded normal?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he wasn't slurring his words or anything like that?
No.
By the way he talked or what he talked to you about, could you tell at that time if he had been consuming alcohol?
No, because I knew when he would drink.
Okay. So in your opinion at that time, based on what you heard and what he was talking about, you do not believe he had been drinking alcohol?
No.
Now, you said you heard Sarah.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? How did you know it was Sarah?
I can tell her voice.
You recognized her voice. So you could hear her. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And you've heard Sarah speak before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've heard her speak on the phone before that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Sarah was yelling. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
And she was yelling about, he's choking me. Or tell him about choking me.
Yes.
Okay. During that conversation, and you heard her say that, did you ask your brother, what is she talking about?
No, I did not.
Did that statement at that time, did that statement surprise you?
Not really.
You've heard it before?
No.
Based on Sarah's voice that you've heard, was it any indication to you that she had been drinking?
No.
No? Sir, at some point, your brother said he had to go. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did he hang up on the conversation?
Yes.
And did he say bye and you say bye?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have, if I can confirm.
You may, sir.
Sir, other than siblings, your mother and father, do they live in this area?
Yes.
There are times that George would stay with them.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
This witness be released.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Okay, that was kind of pointless, other than just to
Actually,
say.
we'll keep him subject to recall, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, sir. You're released subject to recall by either party. Thank you.
There was a phone call. During the phone call, he heard Sarah saying he's choking
I
me.
think we call Devin Jamro.
Devin Jamro?
Sir, good morning. You can take a seat and please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Devin Jamro. That's DEVINJAMRO.
Thank you. You may inquire, sir.
Sir, who do you work for?
I work for Public Supermarkets.
And what is your position with public supermarkets?
I am the assistant store manager.
And at what location?
Currently the Castleberry location.
Were you at the location on Goldenrod and University Boulevard back in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
Well, somebody knows how to use a microphone. Jeez. I'm awake now. Yep. So now they're going to establish that he came in, bought 2 magnums of Chardonnay wine, and took them home.
Been previously marked for identification as States D and been shown to defense?
D's and Delta?
D's and Delta.
Yes, you may.
Sir, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as States D. Could you use these scissors and open this and look at the contents of this package to yourself?
Sure.
All right. These are going to be the receipts for the wine, I would guess. Would you concur, Aussie Overlord Hayden?
I wouldn't see what else the hell they could have bought, so yeah.
Sir, do you recognize those items?
I do. Yes.
And tell us.
Oh,
what
good.
are these
Booze.
items?
You didn't miss much.
These are Publix receipts.
That
Are these receipts?
it's almost like we're qualified lawyers.
Evidence of transactions at Publix. Are they made at or near the time of each transaction?
They are absolutely made at the time of the transaction.
And is it in the normal course of business that Publix keeps these receipts?
Yes.
And these fairly and accurately appear to be the receipts from your Publix store?
Yep.
Your Honor, this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as States D into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States D will be received into evidence without objection as States 1.
Well, I guess it is time for me to ingest more central nervous system depressants.
It states J.
You stopped?
You may.
Yeah.
This might be the biggest screwdriver I've ever made.
Identification is states J.
Yeah.
Can you take a look at that disc?
Yes,
Do you see your initials on that disc?
I do.
Did you have an opportunity to look at that disc prior to coming to court this morning?
I did, yes.
And tell us, what is that disc?
This is CCTV footage burned from the camera system at the location.
And at Publix, is it the regular practice of Publix to utilize surveillance cameras?
Yes,
And in the normal course of business, are the videos from those surveillance cameras kept?
yes,
And are these the cameras taken from February 23rd, 2020? And I believe there's 2 video clips included, one at 12:17 p.m. and another at approximately 5:39 p.m.
yes,
And they fairly inaccurately represent the surveillance video that was submitted from Publix to law enforcement in this case.
they do, yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification. It states J into evidence.
Any objections? No objection. What was pre-marked as states J will be received into evidence. Without objection, it states 2.
And I have no further questions for this witness.
Any cross-examination? Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You're released.
All right, that was
Have a great
basic.
day.
He bought some wine. Here's the receipts.
Yep, just laying foundation for the verification of the receipts in the security
Next
footage.
witness.
State would call Joan Williams.
Now go back and put your apron on and get back to work, dude.
I do love that they sent the assistant manager and not the manager.
Yeah. Dog snores. We've already got those marked off on the bingo card, though. Dude's wearing a vest. That might be a viral moment. Not many people rock the 3-piece anymore, let alone the tan/beige 3-piece suit.
Yeah, it's not really a color you're seeing called these days, is it?
Yeah, like 3-pieces are not very common anymore either.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
Okay, Joan, Joan Williams, Williams.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor, you may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Can you tell us what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a 911 call taker at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you held that position?
24 years.
And tell us
Incoming
what are your
911
duties
tape.
as a 911 call taker.
Yay.
I answer phones for an emergency, non-emergency, medical, which I transfer to the medical side of the business.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to record 911 calls?
All lines are recorded.
And is it the regular practice of Orange County to keep records of each of those 911 calls?
Yes.
And those records are made at or near the time of each call, correct?
Yes.
Oh, come on, that's a festive
Your Honor, may I approach the
cardigan
witness
thing
which
she's
has been
wearing.
previously marked for identification as states L and been shown to defense?
You may.
Lauren De Laguna in chat. What's up,
Ma'am,
girl?
I'm
It's
showing
been
you
a
the previously
minute.
marked for identification as states L. Do you recognize this disc?
Yes. My initials.
Did you have an opportunity to review this disc prior to coming to court this morning?
Yes.
And those are your initials on the disc?
Yes.
And does this disc, does it fairly and accurately represent the 911 call that you took in this case on February 24th, 2020 at 12:59 hours?
Yes.
We have an internet celebrity here, Lauren De Laguna. Go check her out on social medias.
Into evidence?
Any objections?
No objection.
It was pre-marked as states L will be received with no objection as states 3.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
No, sir.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. Okay, she took a 911 call. The end.
Can the parties approach momentarily?
Judge calls sidebar.
Yeah.
Not that we didn't already have it.
We are watching the state
hush.
of Florida,
Hush now.
the Sarah Boone.
Hush now. I expected them to play the 911 call there.
I reckon that they're going to get through their foundational witnesses and then use the actual evidence when they're calling up other witnesses.
But who would be better to play the video of the 911 call for than the person who took the call?
The person that made the call?
That'd be Sarah.
So maybe they're going to use it as evidence to catch her out.
Could be. I expected him to do that there, though. Huh.
No, look, I am going to side with you on that. It would be standard practice for us to do that, to use the foundational witnesses as the reason why we play the stuff as it goes, so that the case builds up. One thing I will say, though, I do disagree with you of your opinion on the testimony from the brother. I do think that a jury having no thoughts on this case whatsoever, hearing the prosecution being the one to bring up that he heard them say that he'd been strangling her, I think that that's may be a point for the defense, if there's anyone that's sympathetic on the jury.
So minor, especially when they show that he had all the injuries and she didn't have any on her.
I know. I'm saying specifically at this point in the case.
Sir, you may be seated.
Nice. Who's this guy?
After you're seated, if you can state and spell your name for the record for us.
Vincent Battaglia, Vincent Battaglia.
Thank you. Sir, you may inquire.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Can you tell us what it is you do for a living?
Right now I work for an auto parts company.
And where do you live?
Next door. Lives next door to them.
Back on February of
Lived.
2020, where were you living at that time?
I was living at the Tealwood Apartments in Winter Park, Florida.
And what were you doing at that time when you were living at Tealwood?
I was enrolled in Full Sail University. I was in school.
When you were living at Tealwood, did you have any roommates?
Yeah, I had one roommate, Brandon. Yeah, that was it.
That's Brandon Motes?
Yes.
He's the one that testified that he heard something heavy rolling down the stairs in the middle of the night.
Neighbors with Sarah Boone and George Torres?
Yes.
And approximately how long were you neighbors with them?
About a year, a little over a year. I moved there in January 2019.
And during the course of that year that you were neighbors with them, did you have occasion to interact with them at times?
Yeah.
In fact, did you ever go over to their home?
Yeah, like a couple times, yeah.
And I believe you tuned a guitar for a child there at the house?
Yeah.
This Tealwood apartment complex, how would you describe the walls that separated your units?
Thin, like very thin walls.
And with those walls being so thin, would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling coming from Sarah Boone and George Torres's apartment?
Yeah.
How often would you hear this?
Almost daily.
Did Sarah Boone ever approach you about the things that you heard coming from their apartment?
Yes.
And where were you when she approached you?
I was smoking a cigarette on my back patio.
And approximately what time?
It was pretty late. I can't remember the exact time, but it was definitely anywhere between like midnight to 2 a.m., like right around there.
And do you remember how much before the date when the police called that this occurred?
A few months, like probably 4 to 5 months before that.
So 4 or 5 months before February of 2020.
Yeah.
And when she approached you on this late evening / early morning on that day, what did she tell you?
To get
pretty much just kind of like if I do hear anything like through the walls or whatever is out back, just kind of keep my mouth shut, like don't really speak about it or anything like that or say anything to anyone. And I just was like, okay.
Did she make any motions with her hands?
Yeah, like just kind of like, finger over the lips, like kind of shh.
Oh
like,
no.
keep it hush, like that
Oh no.
So she told you not to report anything you may have heard about arguments or yelling or fighting, anything going on over there?
Yeah.
Do you recall the evening of February
so do I, Jill.
2020?
I do, yeah.
And what about that evening sticks out to you?
That sticks out to me from that night was literally just there was a very, very loud noise that I heard that was loud and powerful enough to shake my bedroom wall. And I remember that because I was sitting on my bed on FaceTime with my girlfriend at the time, and I literally felt the wall shake.
Girlfriend?
Mid-conversation. And she even asked me through the computer, like, what was that? And I was like, I have no idea.
Did you hear any yelling coming from their apartment on that night?
Before that, yeah, like it was just arguing. kind of stuff.
What was the last thing you heard?
The last thing I heard was like the loud noise and just a little bit of shuffling, and that was kind of it. It just kind of went silent after that.
Did you hear anything that was being said?
Not clearly, and it was never really anything clear. It was just like you could hear arguing back and forth, just kind of like and kind of like an I hate you, like it's whatever it is, whatever the argument was about kind of thing. At the time, that's really all it was, but it was never really clear enough to hear like the full argument. And honestly, I never really paid attention too much to it. If I heard it, I kind of stepped into my living room to be further away from it.
Did you hear both the defendant's voice and also George Torres's voice?
Yeah, all the time. It was like a back and forth. Yeah.
So other than the statements and the phrases of I hate you, you weren't able to discern the contents of this argument?
No.
What was the last sound you heard?
The last sound that I heard was like the loud banging noise that it was like a very odd sounding noise that I've never heard before this day, but it very much sounded like it was where my bed was positioned. It was kind of towards the back of the apartment, and it almost sounded like it was coming towards me, but like on the side of me, then it was just like a loud rumbling noise. Like that literally sounded like it was kind of far away from me, and then it like ended up like almost next to me. And like I said, the walls are thin, so like it's very easy to hear like through the walls, and not even just sideways. Like I hear my upstairs neighbor like all around, very thin walls.
Now, was your bedroom, where was it located in your apartment?
The back of the apartment, so it was like there's like a little kick out next to my patio, and that's like that was my bedroom back there, like along the grass back there.
On the first floor?
On the first floor, yeah.
I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Mr. Tagley, good morning.
Good morning.
Come on, ask the
You
obvious
said that you
question.
lived there next to Sarah Boone and George Torres for about a year?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the police were called to their residence?
Like
while you were there for the year, are you aware of any incident in which the police were called to their residence?
I had never seen anybody there, but I had other neighbors in the complex tell me that it has been on multiple occasions. So that's why.
Just instead of what somebody else told you.
Yeah.
Just
Stay clear of the hearsay, mate.
Did you ever?
Yeah, that was hearsay, but they ain't going to object to that.
Did you ever were ever aware that the police were called to their residence?
No, the times that I was home, I never saw any police at the apartment there.
And did you work odd hours or?
Yeah, and with my schooling and stuff too, I used to have class at like 1 o'clock in the morning. So all the time I was at random moments, like just not home throughout the day and night and stuff like that. So yeah.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not, based on your interaction with Sarah Boone?
I'm going to object.
Let me finish the question first, please.
Do you know from your experience with Sarah Boone and your experience with George Torres that they drank alcohol?
Yeah.
Hang on.
I'll withdraw to that question.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to say too late now, but yeah, that was an
Are you
appropriate
aware that
question.
They both consumed alcohol to excess.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, of course.
God, they might burn through all their witnesses today. They're moving through these things.
Well, Vincent, I think you had testified. You may have given a statement to law enforcement.
Yes, it was one of the detectives.
A recorded statement.
Yes, I can't remember his name, but yes.
Okay, and I think it was on February 23rd of 2020.
Yeah, right around that time. Yeah.
I believe you had said that.
I'm going to object this to improper impeachment.
Approach.
Judge calling him in for a sidebar. Let's see what we got while we're doing that. Jennifer with the 5 pounds is a reasonable person in fear of their life.
Lawyers have approached the
we don't
bench
care about you,
discussing their.
A reasonable person in fear of their life, having contained the threat, would call the police, not go to sleep. That
7
seems to be what he did. She did,
7 p.m.
allegedly.
7 p.m.
Yes.
Which day was this?
Sunday, February 23rd, 2020.
No, that day I actually got home from work probably around 1 or 2 o'clock or so.
In the morning?
No, in the afternoon. Because I went to work that morning at around 5 a.m.
And you said that you heard the normal yelling and arguing at about that time when you got home?
No, it was around that time, but it was really around like 10 o'clock, 10:30 is when like the arguing I could really hear clearly. It was like around 10:30 at night.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Ray Gun Moo with a 5 Aussie bucks says 5 Aussie for a shot of Fireball could be of equal value. Oh, that's way more than a shot should cost. Jill M for a member for 5 months. He has a man breast. Sorry,
cross-examination, you
so
were
do I.
asked,
Don't make fun of the moves. I have them.
About the arguing you heard, and I believe your testimony was that it was pretty intense around 10:30.
Yeah.
Approximately what time was it that you heard this loud crashing thump sound that you described?
Little after that.
Overruled.
It was a little after that arguing and stuff. It was probably around 11:15, probably 30, 45 minutes after the arguing I could hear started.
No other questions?
I'll recross that.
Yes, John.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, he's gone.
Okay. Yes.
And while they're approaching, Kaiser Rummel I with a €5 says watching this with a 16-year-old barrel racer, Carl Urban, and a snoring sea cucumber is fun. Thanks for entertaining us. I'm just guessing I'm the 16-year-old barrel racer because I'm dressed like one.
Hey, in that case, I'm Carl Urban, and I will take that.
Yeah. He's married to Nicole Kidman, right?
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to smash Nicole Kidman. Lucky bastard.
All right, sir. You are released, not subject to recall. Have a great day. Thank you.
All right, he is over and done
How
with
do you
forever and
not
ever.
recross that?
Because you're the
You have
defense
no
lawyer.
idea what that sound was or what caused it.
Bless you.
That was the dog snoring, Your Honor. How many witnesses do they have for the defense? A handful. I think like 4 or 5, if I recall, from the expected witness list. They may have more, they may have less. What, she turned Hulk and threw the suitcase against the wall? The implication is that he was in the suitcase and they rolled him down the stairs.
Oh, yeah, and you're thinking of Keith Urban, too.
Thanks,
Chat's
sir. You can
correct.
proceed. State and spell your name for the record for us.
Yeah, my name is Brandon Moats, BRANDONMOATS.
Thank you. Mr. Cacciatore, you may inquire.
That's Vinny's roommate.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell us how it is that you knew Sarah Boone?
I moved into the apartment next door to her when I was in college.
And so when was that you were in college?
I would have moved down here in 2019 and would have been there until like 2021.
Is this the
She was your
girlfriend?
neighbor at Tealwood Apartments, is that correct?
Yeah, it would have been Tealwood back then, yeah.
It wasn't me, someone else in chat.
Yes, I was rooming with Vincent Battaglia.
And during that time, what were you doing?
Like,
as far as work and school?
I was just going to school. During the time of this, yeah, I would have just been going to school. I don't think I would have had my job yet. I was just a student.
Did you have much interaction with the defendant or with George Torres in this case?
Honestly, I avoided them as much as possible usually.
The apartment where you lived, tell us, how would you describe the walls that separated the units?
Yeah, I remember that my bedroom was like the front-facing bedroom, and our walls shared a wall with where their staircase was. So, like the way the apartments were laid out, we had a 1-story apartment, they had a 2-story apartment. So they had a staircase running right next to the walls, next to like our bedrooms.
Would you ever have occasion to hear arguing and yelling going on inside of the defendant's apartment?
Yes, the walls were pretty thin, so if people were yelling, you'd definitely hear it.
And how often would you hear arguments or disagreements going on over there?
When I first moved in, it was at least like once a week, to the point that I started tuning them out. Like I got good enough at just like not listening to them.
It's like living next to an airport
very,
or
very
train
often.
tracks.
Do you recall the evening of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And on that evening, could you hear arguing going on in their unit?
Not late into the evening, earlier into the evening, probably like 7, 8 o'clock. That evening, probably earlier on, I could hear arguing.
And where were you inside of your apartment?
I would have been in my bedroom pretty much all night.
And your bedroom, just so that we can paint the picture Oh, where would that, would that have been on the first floor or the second floor?
We had a first floor apartment.
Okay. So all the units were, or all the bedrooms were on the first floor?
Yeah, like I was saying before, we had a 1-story apartment, and then they next door had like a 2-story townhouse. So we only had the 1 floor.
Understood. And at a certain point in the evening, did you hear a loud crashing sound?
Yeah, probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock that evening.
And what?
Defense better
Did she
challenge
confess?
that.
Did you confess?
No, not yet.
Sound for us in more
Okay.
detail?
I mean, yeah, at literally, like I said, at like 10:30, 11 o'clock, it's the way their staircase was set up. I could, my bedroom, the top of their staircase would have been like above my ceiling, and it ends next to where like my roommate's apartment was. So I could hear something start above me super loud and then fall away from me.
But you have no idea what that was.
Like it was falling down the stairs.
Maybe they rolled a bowling ball.
Did this affect the walls that were between your two apartments?
Oh yeah, me and my roommate. I remember me and my roommate talking the next day about like we could literally like it shook both of our rooms.
Did you ever have occasion to talk with the defendant about what happened?
I never saw her after that. She would have. Yeah, I never saw her after that happened.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
I want more mayo local fry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you were asked by the state if you had ever had any interactions with Sarah Boone or George Torres. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said you tried to avoid them.
Yeah. I don't like drunk people, and they were drunk a lot, so I did not interact with them.
But I like you, bro.
Do you remember this interaction with Sarah Boone in 2009 when you woke up and witnessed Sarah?
I would have been 9 years old in 2009.
Yes, Burberry's it would.
2019.
Ha
In 2019, when you woke up and witnessed Sarah sleeping on the concrete patio.
Oh, this may have been a slight misconception in how I said this. I never woke up and saw her sitting on the patio myself. That I would have seen her on the patio eventually, but it's not like I woke up and went back and saw her on the patio. This was my roommate relaying the story that she had fallen asleep on the back patio, and then I like saw her.
Hearsay.
Or did you see her?
I saw her asleep on the back patio. I was just clearing up the sequence of events there.
What?
Another time.
They heard about it, then saw it.
Do you recall our interaction with Miss Boone when you were coming home from school and she was trying to talk to you and she seemed paranoid and rambling?
Yeah, I had gotten locked out of my apartment, so I was waiting on the steps to. I was like waiting on the steps outside of my apartment for my roommate to get home. So she came up and started talking to me.
Can I have more sandpaper for my vocal
remember too many
cords?
like details of what she was saying, because I didn't want to talk to her. But yeah.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you believe Sarah was avoiding going into her apartment?
That's definitely the vibe. I don't remember what she was saying, but like the vibe she was giving off was that she didn't want to go home.
Now I believe, and I just want to make sure that I heard you. You said that the first arguments, other than
This isn't really helping with battered wife. If anything, it's just going to show them both as abusers.
around 7 p.m. You heard arguing.
It would have, yeah, because it would have been. I remember that day I got home from class around
I remember when.
5, because I got out of class around 4:30 usually and walked home, so I would have gotten home around 5:30, and it would have been after I took, because I came home, I made myself lunch, and I took a shower, and then I heard all of their arguing, so it would have been about an hour and a half, 2 hours after I got home, so around 7 to 8 o'clock.
But you're speculating.
During that time, when you say arguing, was it back and forth?
I honestly, I wouldn't really be able to say if it was back and forth. I don't know too I wouldn't remember too vividly if it was back and forth. Or if it was
Let me
just
ask you
one
this:
person
Did you
yelling.
hear a male voice?
Yes, I heard a male voice.
Did you hear a female voice? Yes. Okay. Were they both loud?
Yes.
If I can confirm, Judge.
Yes, sir, of course.
Take a moment. Confer with your co-counsel. Okay, these two neighbors, they're just telling it like they heard it. I don't see them trying to be one way or the other. They're giving testimony that could be potentially good or damaging to both
Thank you,
sides.
sir. I have no
I think.
Yeah.
What do you think, Aiden?
Any redirect?
No, I agree with you.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Subject to recall, Judge.
All right, sir, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
Haha, Vinny got off scot-free. You might have to come back, dude. Haha. Who's next, man? They're burning through these witnesses. At some point, they're going to have to get to the boring part.
All right, we have now heard.
No, this not him. He is the boring part, but
he's a boring part.
Yes, a boring part. All right, let's see what comments we have here from people. Hayden, no, we don't really have any marked off. So far, witnesses so far. What are you thinking?
I think the prosecution's going to have to work harder because I do, like, you know what I mean, for these trials, I always have to play the devil's advocate and see it in the best possible light for the defendant. I think that there's enough in the last few witnesses that they would be building up a case to say that she was, at the very least, in a mutually abusive relationship, and that may be what caused the events to happen. But we all know the exact difference. Like, we remember, guys, we have to look at this in this trial as if we know nothing about the pretrial stuff. Yep. So trying to look at it purely from a blank slate, I'm just picking up on little bits and pieces where
here we have now had.
Yeah.
At some point, will they bring her ex-husband? Oh, yeah, he's on the witness. He's going to be on the witness list. He was there. He was the first person on scene.
Yeah.
He saw the body. He told her to call 911. He'll be there.
Yeah. And people keep asking whether or not she's going to take the stand. She more or less has to.
She has to.
So.
But will her ex-husband, Brian, have vocal fry?
God, I hope not.
Can't do the vocal fry voice because I swallowed like half this peppermint. It's just killing me. Sorry. Rip ears. Sarah Boone shuffling her papers as if she's winning. All right. For those of you that are like wondering where we are on the bingo card, if you've downloaded or you've generated the bingo card, let's go back to normal. Okay, we are naturally at normal speed here. On our bingo card, assuming this guy's no longer talking good, we have judge calls for sidebar, dog cam, F-bomb, not intentional. Sarah shows emotion. She was smiling at the beginning. Lawyer confused, because lawyer always confused. Shh. The free space. Vice's boomer something. We did that a few times at the beginning because lightning was striking around my house like very closely and was discombobulating me. Baseball bat. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Defense interrupts or ignores judge. Sarah is the
Members of our
victim.
jury, thank you so much for your time, your attention, and your participation in this very important process. It is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask that you return here.
Wine and
no
dog
later
snores.
than 2 p.m. so we can pick up at that point in time outside of here, 12 Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse.
90 minutes.
And I'm going to give you an instruction. You're going to hear this instruction a lot over the next couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps.
Don't go slumming at
pictures,
Sarah's
to see
old
any
place.
discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website.
No, it's
chat
not
room,
over for today.
blog.
Only lunch break.
With that, members of the jury, please leave your pens and your notepads on each chair. The deputy will collect them. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and I thank you for your service.
Oh wow, she looks like Daenerys Targaryen today. She's got the Targaryen hairdo pulled back. So Blondie is in court. People are asking about her.
The jury is now leaving the courtroom.
We don't care what you have to say. We're staring at Daenerys Targaryen there. We like her, Hayden.
She's attractive.
Yes, she is.
And
Yeah.
for those of
Okay.
you freaks in chat, the court stenographer is actually wearing shoes. I checked. She's wearing very light tan shoes. It's not.
Oh,
yeah.
I thought she kicked the shoes off. Oh, I'm trying to hang on to the court feed as long as possible so we can get Sarah McLaughlin. That's what we've named our clock, Sarah McLaughlin. Do we get
that they've employed so far in this trial? All right, thank you very much. We'll be in recess till 2 o'clock. Court's off the record.
All right, yeah, we just wanted to listen in there to see if they were taking care of any other business.
Well, we're just watching. Give them a couple minutes here to see if the blonde girl and the other one too. The other one behind her, they are apparently paralegals for the defense.
There you go.
Oh, come on, dude!
And now we got Nerdy.
Yeah, Nerdy McNerd face here. He's blocking our view of Sarah McLaughlin, which is what we've named the clock. All right, here's what's going to happen, chat. I'm going to wrap up the stream, and we'll be back in 90 minutes. I'll probably take a little nap. Well, I plan on taking a nap, which probably means I'm going to sit on the sofa and play Elden Ring for 90 minutes. And the bingo card will remain active. So, Hayden, I assume you're just going to call it a night, or are you going to come back in 90 minutes?
Look, I will set an alarm if I'm not back in 90 minutes. Don't wait for me.
But don't leave when we wrap this up. Got to talk to you for a quick second. All right, let's go over the bingo card. So anybody that wants to generate a bingo card. Oh, hang on. We have an incoming call here. Hang on real quick. Accept. Oh no, go to settings. Can we answer it? I went to settings. What's the problem? WhatsApp. Oh, there we go. Can we accept it now? Hey, how are you? Let's see if we can bring you up here. We have Jules with us here. Let me see if I can share the cam with you. How are we going to do this? People can't hear you, can they? Nobody can hear her.
No.
Only I can hear her.
Full screen it on one of the screens and then share the window with your stream audio, with the system audio.
Oh, I'm trying to. Everybody's talking at once. Hey, hang on. I'm trying to find a way to bring you up and hear audio. Hey. Hang on. Don't go anywhere. Just hang on here. I have an option. We are close. All right. Well, we're gonna do this. Right. Let's share screen one. All right. Everybody can hear? Say something to us.
Good afternoon.
Yay.
Okay, we're here. Ozzy Overloaded and myself. Everybody here in chat. This is Jules. She is in court. She's our person here. No, Terry, sorry, this is not a boomer thing. This is a trying to make a WhatsApp call work. So we've got that. So you are in court. How are you? Tell us, give us the update, man. What happened in court today from your perspective? We didn't hear the opening. We heard like about 50% of the opening statements because they just weren't talking into the microphones.
Well, the reason why Mr. J wasn't speaking in front of the microphone was because he was literally standing in front of the jury box. I heard him clearly. I thought his opening statement was powerful. He was very direct. The jurors listened very intently. They were not taking any notes though, and it went well. I mean, he was pretty precise and to the point. He didn't drag anything on, and he didn't, say we're going to talk about the law, or, he was like, you're going to get presented with the facts of this case, and then, and several times he pointed over to Sarah, and she was taking notes and looking at him, and a couple times you can tell she wasn't very pleased with what she was hearing, but she was stoic for the most part. Dressed professionally.
Yes. What about the defense? We gave the defense opening a good solid D. We felt he rambled on too much.
He did.
He was sort of disjointed in his presentation. Did you notice how the jury was reacting to his opening statements?
Well, hold on to your seat for this one, okay?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. There is one juror on the panel that is a DV victim, and she will be testifying against her husband because her husband has been charged with battery. And I can understand why the defense kept her, but I don't understand why the prosecution kept her. So she's on the jury. However, I'm not sure. I think she's an alternate. But in any case, she was taking notes during Mr. Owen's opening. So that kind of concerned me there.
Oh, and Ozzy Overload, Hayden, if you have any questions, jump in at any time. So
I'm just shutting up.
No, jump in. You're part of this, man. You're on the panel. So what's the general vibe? Is there a general vibe going on in the courtroom? Or what's
Do you mean in the gallery or among the jury?
Both.
Well, among the jury, they're obviously quiet, but I guess maybe because it's just the first day, but there's not much interaction between them. However, as testimony was going on, as the witnesses were coming in, because there's 8 women and 6 men, okay?
Okay, that's
and
interesting.
I noticed 3 females are note-taking. Yeah.
Are you reading anything into it?
I am reading something into it, and I'm hoping that what I'm reading into it is that I'm wrong.
You're getting a lot of love here in the chat, by the way. Lots of hey Jules and hi Jules going on. So.
Well, thank you. I can't see the chat, but thank you very much.
And what about the gallery? How's the gallery doing?
Most of the gallery is media. the family did come in, but then, and then I don't think you saw this on camera. I'm not sure if you did or not. No, you
No,
couldn't have
no.
because the judge wasn't even in.
Oh, you've been.
No.
Black eye.
All right, go ahead.
Stitches on a leg.
Oh yeah,
da-da-da-da-da,
we saw
and
that
the
we saw
family
we
was
saw a
sitting right
flash of.
behind me.
Sorry, we saw a flash of one
Yeah.
one picture when he was walking by. That was her face with a black eye on it. That's the only thing we saw.
Yeah, well, there was numerous things. All right, and the family and the victim's advocate was sitting behind me, and I could hear that, and they got up and went outside. So what do you call it? Yeah. So there's a couple of friends of the family that are in there, but yeah. So
well, and this is the first day, so we've only had the opening statements, and then just they're burning through witnesses pretty quickly.
I'm so
here.
happy.
Yeah, so
I'm so glad.
I don't see any way this is lasting 3 weeks. I'm giving it like
no.
9 or 10 days.
I hope so, but I'm only covered for next week. If it goes into the following week, you guys are going to be SOL because I can't do another week of a hotel here. I can't. So I'm hoping, they made it very, very clear, very obvious. Absolutely 100% she is taking the stand.
She has to, yeah.
Yeah, she has to. However, I don't know if you remember the other day when Mr. J said, when they were arguing motions and stuff, that the thing came up about her taking the stand, and Mr. J said, look, she's going to have to do a narrative. She has changed her story so many times that if he puts her on the stand, she's going to have to do a narrative because just of the fact of her changing her story so many times. And now we don't even know what the new story is. So I don't know if she's going to be narrating or if Mr. Owens is actually going to examine her.
I think he's got to just to let her talk. She's got to give a narrative. Like we saw in the Karen Reed trial a bit. Was it the Karen Reed trial?
No, Robert Tellez.
Yeah, it was a Robert Tellez trial. Yeah, that's right. That's right. It was a Tellez trial. Yeah, there's been so many trials here. Yeah, she's gonna have the lawyers are gonna have to let her talk because if he questions her, she's gonna contradict
herself up
again and again. Yeah.
Yeah, and he has to know what she's doing, and he can't do that. Correct? He can't knowingly put her up there and knowing that she's going to commit perjury.
Yeah, he can't knowingly allow her to lie to the court. Which is why defense lawyers generally don't ask, "Did you do it?" If they don't ask, you can assume that they didn't.
Oh, and I don't know if you could see it on camera. I have to tell you, this is bothersome for where I'm sitting. Well, I'm sitting I'm now in the first row. I was in the second row, but they asked us to move so the family can sit behind us. There's a big box and it's sitting up.
We're wondering what that is. We're wondering if that's the suitcase.
That's the suitcase. That is the suitcase.
That's what we thought.
And I said to Joel, do you know Joel from Surviving the Survivor?
No.
All right. All right. Well, he's got a YouTube channel. In any case, he's here and we've been hanging together throughout this whole process. And I even leaned over to him and I said, do you think that they put that up there like that on purpose? I said, because it's really having a terrible effect on me. And he said, nah, I think when they wheeled it in, they just, everything that was on the cart, they just left it that way. I don't agree with Joel.
Well,
I think it's up like that for a reason.
That's what I wonder who put it there and why the defense isn't saying get that out of here.
Well,
But
But they're
yeah,
not.
they
Though.
haven't said, yeah, they haven't said a word. And I can see it like it's so big. I don't mean the size of it now. When they,
Yeah.
okay, look, I'm still trying to figure out how he got into that suitcase because I'm looking at the box, the size of the box, and I'm like, I don't. We know that's the suitcase, and I'm thinking in my brain, there. How did he get into something that size? Now the box blocks Judge Cranick, so I can no longer see Judge Cranick. Um, but I can see
Oh, so you're way
the
far on the left then.
I'm all the way on the prosecution side. And the reason why I'm over there is because there is a, the jury box. That's where I sat all week, was in the jury box. They put us media in there. But the jury box, there's like a wall, like it's like an alcove, say. It kind of sets back. And so only the first row is open, but the second row it sets back. So I wanted to be able to see them all. And so I said, if you sit on the defense side, you'll barely be able to see them. So that's why I'm over on the prosecution side, but I'm all the way over. So this box is constantly in my face, and it's very eerie. I just get I'm serious, Jeff. I get creeped out.
Yeah, we hypothesized, we surmised it was the suitcase because there's really no other piece of evidence that size.
I thought maybe it was a box of files, to be honest.
A box of files? Could have been.
No. But yeah, that's what went on. And just so I'll give you an FYI, I was hoping we were going to get a morning break because I did owe somebody else a phone call, but oh well. Oh well.
Yeah, it sucks to be them.
I did find out. It does. It does. See who I hold more important. Anyway,
thank you, Jules.
I did find out Judge Cranick's policy for lunch is a 90-minute lunch every day.
Yeah, I just kind of went, wow, 90 minutes. So we're gonna shut it down and come back in 90 minutes. That's very generous.
That's his protocol. So I don't know if he does that and he skips a morning break. And that's why he doesn't. I don't know, because we didn't have any breaks this morning. There was no break.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Well,
so any other questions?
Well, it says the first day, so there's really not a lot going on. Everybody's like getting the feel of everything. Hayden, anything from you?
Nothing intelligent. I'm sitting here trying to rack my brain to at least have a question.
Yes. Owens and Jay don't like each other.
You think?
At all.
You think?
I was shocked by that.
The other day, I literally thought they were going to come to blows in the courtroom. And
Nobody wants to watch a bunch of old men fight each other.
They clearly do not like each other. Like, when court is going on and the lawyers can become, adversarial to each other, like during the trial, but then when
you go out and have
during
coffee.
breaks, and then during breaks, it's like, how you doing? And you're laughing and this and that, and life goes on. And then once you're back in court, that whole attitude gets good. Well, I thought is what was going to happen. No. Even when the camera's off and the judge is off the bench, these two do not like each other at all.
Corn Pope has a question. What about the text? Was there any reaction from the jury about the text message of Sarah saying that she would take him out?
I'm going to get rid of him.
Yeah.
No.
Huh. What about during the when Juan Torres was testifying that he heard Sarah saying that he was choking her? Any thing
only
there?
4 women from the jury, and mind you, there's 8 women, so half of the women were taking notes. Yeah, they took notes. I hate to see what's going to happen when they see those pictures. This is just blowing my mind, and maybe I'm just reading too much into it right now, because you're right, it's the first day and stuff, but it concerns me about the females taking notes, and these 4 females, and no one else is. And 1 out of the 4 is the DV victim. And ugh. Yeah, I don't know where this is going to go.
Well, we're gonna have to see.
Sarah is very confident in there. She's very, very confident.
Oh yeah, I'm saying she truly believes she's innocent. That's why she's more concerned about snacks than being on trial for her life.
Yeah, well.
But well, Jules, I know you owe other people lots of phone calls and things.
No. You're my lunch timer. I told everybody a lunch is devoted to Jeff from Legal Vices. Scott from Recovery Addict gets the morning break and the afternoon break, but you get the lunchtime. I said that. I made a commitment to you, and I'm sticking to my commitment.
Well, we're good. We got like another hour and 15 minutes, so I'm probably going to take a quick little nap here. We'll shut the stream down, have a little bit of a nap here, and then we'll come back and do the afternoon. So they're coming back at 2 p.m.
Yes, at 2 p.m. Everybody in the chat who loves me, follow me on Twitter.
Oh, absolutely. And if you're not following, watch her on Twitter while we're doing this, because she's tweeting live, like real time tweets during the course of the trial, tell you what's going on inside the courtroom.
Yeah. So, anywho's then,
Jules,
everybody have a great day.
Thank you so much. We finally found a way to connect to all of this, so we're good.
Jesus. Okay, yeah, we're good now. So Monday it is. Have a great weekend.
You too, and get the rest that you need.
I plan on it. I have to drive back to Tampa today. So
thank you so much, Jules. Appreciate
no problem. Have a great one. Bye-bye.
You too. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the notorious Jules, who found herself inserted into the Take Care of Maya trial and other trials. She's an avid trial watcher. She's attending there in court, and next year, this time, she'll be at the YNW Melly trial. She'll be there. So that's Jules. Go check her out there on Twitter. If you want to drop her tweets in chat, or her Twitter address in chat, please do that. I guess I can stop sharing my Cthulhu screen there, huh?
Depends if you want to or not, but yeah, you can stop.
Yeah, there's nothing over there. So this is a clean computer. All right, chat. We're gonna wrap this up now. But before we do, Hayden, give yourself a final maxi grift.
Guys, Aussie Overlord. I try to stream at least 5 days a week. Generally, it's more. We do Law, News, and Laughter. My show at the moment, when I'm evenings, my time, morning US time, is called To Be Advised. We basically we're doing Cop, Karen, or Soft Sit body cams on Mondays. We do a retro trial rewatch during the week. Fridays, I do a dumpster fire where we just go through random legal stories from the week that may not have necessarily hit the news. And I just try and make it a little bit fun. The random shit.
Sorry.
Jeff.
I meant to do that.
Fair enough. So, but yeah, Aussie Overlord, Law, News, and Laughter on YouTube.
Make sure you get over there and subscribe to him. We need to get him 200 subscribers immediately. Get on it. And we just broke 1,000 likes. So thank you very, very much, stream. And we unlocked the third tier. The third tier of whatever we're calling it, achievements, ? Wait a minute, I have to drink this whiskey so I can drink the other whiskey. Okay, the third tier, we just decided it was a shot of absinthe. Maybe I'll wake up in an hour. We'll find out.
That's seeming less and less likely.
So we got to the third tier today, so cheers. The shot of straight absinthe, no ice, no water, no sugar, just absinthe, the real stuff. This isn't.
For anyone that missed that sound was.
Don't ever make that sound again. That's creepy. All right. Well, I'm burned. Good. All right. Wait, I took them off the screen. There we go. Goodbye from Strawberry. Goodbye from Yoda. And we'll get them off the screen real quick here. Go away, dogs. Go away. We will resume in 1 hour and 10 minutes. So I guess I'm not going to get a nap. I'll just go play Elden Ring for an hour. Get the adrenaline rocking. And I'm going to set up the stream immediately. So just go hang out there and wait. Do not close your bingo window. Bingo will continue. Doggo Cam will continue. Everything will continue as normal. This is just a refreshment break. So please give a super special thanks to our mods. All of our mods are doing their moddy best here. It's fantastic. Thank you guys for hanging out for the long term. A super, super special thanks to Hayden, Aussie Overlord, who is hanging out here with us at 4 a.m. his time.
God damn. I didn't even realize.
It's late. You may or may not be back. Yeah, I meant the YSL Millie. It's YNW Millie. Right. I guess that's it, chat. You guys have been ridiculously generous with your likes, your subscribes, and please hit that subscribe button too. We've picked up 30 subscribers already, so let's get 60 more. Why not? Let's get up to 81,400. We need 68 to do that. So hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and our poll. We're going to shut down our poll. The poll was what's your favorite Pop-Tart flavor? 9% of you said cookies and cream. 21% of you said s'mores, chocolate and marshmallow. I spelled chocolate wrong. 32% of you said frosted blueberry, my fave. 38% of you said brown sugar cinnamon. Brown sugar. The brown sugar is always sweeter, people. Just you win. I concede. So that's the end of the poll. Thank you so much. We will see you in a little bit, about an hour and 10 minutes. Until then, thank you so much. Go about your day, but make sure you come back right here to me, Legal Vices, and I doubt Aussie Overlord will be awake, but he is more than welcome. We wouldn't want to do it without him. So take care, peeps. We will see you in a bit. Go about your way. Bye, guys. See ya.